Welcome to the Australasian and ASEAN segment of Emergence 2021. I'm very happy that you could join us for this grand occasion where we empower innovation, capital, and ambition. I would like to introduce to you an amazing lineup of guests, keynote speakers, and panelists for this session. Firstly, James Callianiotis, who's the Managing Director of Deepbridge Australia. John Sharp from Hatcher Plus, who's got an incredibly unique way of approaching venture investment. Joseph Mokanu, who's the Managing Partner at Verge Health Tech. Hui J. Lim, who's the Founder and Executive Director at Vision Group and will also be the moderator for this panel session. You'll also get to watch panel sessions and discussions around Asian investment trends as well as cryptocurrency and blockchain trends. This segment will feature companies in the sectors of clean tech, AI, biotech, edutech, fintech, blockchain, life science, consumer products, healthcare, SaaS, media tech, prop tech, and also ride sharing. Now, last but not least, jump onto the Brella app. There are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of conversations taking place inside Brella right now. More than that, set up on one screen Brella so you can have your discussions with people. Set up on your other screen the live stream. So the best of all, you can have the live stream and also be having discussions all at the one time. Perfect for the mind that loves to do two things at one time. Enjoy this next session. It's my pleasure to introduce the next keynote speaker, James Callianiotis, who's the CEO of Deepbridge Capital Australia, speaking to us today about organic growth in early stage companies.
Hi everybody, it's great to be back again this year for Wholesale Investor Emergence 2021. My name's James Callianiotis, the CEO of Deepbridge Australia Proprietary Limited. It's always great to be back talking to you all, and many of you I've met before and looking forward to meeting many more of you in the near future. Today I just wanted to really talk to you about a couple of my passions in relation to startup companies. Importantly, I think what we really need to look at is how we can organically grow a business with little funds. I think it's a very important step, and also having a look at and an open mind on how you come up with the valuation of your company, and more importantly, at the end of it, we'll talk about making sure that you have enough funds to do what you need to do to get you to the next stage. So there was a saying that was said to me many, many years ago, and it's something that I actually live by, and it's do the best you can with what you've got. And I think for people in the startup world, it's a very good mantra to live by. Because too many times we can think about, if I just had a little bit more money, I would be able to do this. Or if we're able to go out there and raise that extra $500,000 or $1 million, it would allow us to have a great runway to go out there and achieve what we need to achieve by certain dates. Reality is that it's easier said than done, as most of you would be aware, or just learning to experience. And I think you've really got to have a look at what opportunity you have in front of you and break it right down to what can you as the founder or founders do that will enhance the investment opportunity for any investor that is looking at your company at the right time. Another thing that we need to be very wary of as well is that a lot of companies go out there asking for investment before they're actually ready to take that investment. And I think we've got to also make sure that part of your organic growth and learning, that you pencil in a timeline on when that opportunity is going to be right for the company, and that will also help in a lot of ways. So what type of things can we do organically, which doesn't cost a lot of money for a company that's got a startup? Well, the most important thing is building relationships with your peers within the industry that you are in. So if you're in tech and a particular part of tech, reach out to industry bodies, look at grants that are available, start doing some homework, not necessarily outlaying a lot of money, some homework on how you would be able to obtain those grants and how you can build those relationships with your peers. one of the most important things is, as I always say, is, always offer a service before you ask for the business. And a lot of people go out there cap in hand, haven't built relationships with potential customers or investors alike, and their expectation is that they want to be able to achieve a certain amount of money and raise or sell a certain amount of product. And I personally believe that if you haven't built a proper relationship and a relationship of genuine trust and authenticity, it is very, very difficult to engage with those people, because you need to remember that there's a lot of people out there in startups in the same space as you that are competing against you to achieve what you are trying to achieve. So workshopping around organic growth on how you can build those relationships, to me, I think is always the most important thing that you need to do. As I mentioned earlier as well, I think a very important thing is having a look at where you believe your company sits as far as valuation, and then we'll talk a little bit more about where you believe your company sits as far as the amount of funds that you need to raise. If we look at valuation, it's a bit of a finger in the air. If I look at the companies that I've looked at over the last few years, and there's two questions I always ask is, what do you perceive your valuation to be, and how much money do you need to raise? And in most cases, I get the same answer. And the answer is in relation to valuation, it's relatively high, in my personal opinion. And in relation to funds, usually it's not enough. So it's a fine balancing act to really work through what you need to achieve and how you need to do it. Now, if you look at valuation, and we'll talk a little bit about this, at the end of the day, whatever you come up with for a valuation for your company, you need to be able to explain clearly and show how you've come up with that valuation. Because one of the questions that I ask is, how did you come up with the valuation of your company? And in a lot of cases, I get a stumbling reply. And that's okay. There's no problems with that. I try to help the companies work through, the process on coming up with the figure. And it's not for me to make a decision on what that valuation should be, or any other investor, but it's also got to be made with some information that backs up why you've come to that figure. In hindsight, I suppose, if you look at many different companies that have gone out there in the past, they've probably gone out with a high valuation. They've found an investor. They've come to some kind of middle ground. It is a learning curve for the company looking for funds, and their expectations a lot of the time can be altered after they've spoken to individual investors or funds that are looking at investing in them. And I think the thing that seems to scare a lot of startup companies is that they're scared or worried or concerned on how much of the company that they may need to give away. And I use that word loosely, because really at the end of the day, without the right investor, you haven't really got anything to achieve what they need to achieve. So I think you need to be open-minded. You need to ensure that the investor or investors that you're looking to have a relationship are able to not just invest money, but in fact actually help you grow your business organically, as well as help grow your business through whatever connections that they may have. I think it's very, very important that as much as the investor is looking at you to invest in, you need to look at them to ensure that they're the right investor for your company. And that's hard, because when you're out there looking for funds, it's really difficult to have more than one or two people at any one time wanting to invest into a particular company. So it is very easy to take what you can get. In saying all that, if you've got the right investor, and the right investor is someone that's right for your company and someone that has the same synergies as you, and really wants to work with you to help you achieve the goals that they're investing in and that you've set out, it changes the whole way the game is played out for you. It makes it a lot easier. It's more sensible, it's more fluid, and it does attract other investors. It also helps you build your clientele list when you're out there at the beginning starting to get sales. And I think the other thing that I really want to talk to you about today is how much money should you be looking at getting invested into your company? I can tell you that over the last 3 years that the companies that I've spoken to, and there's been hundreds of them in one way or another, some of them long conversations, some of them very short, some of them via Zoom face-to-face, and everyone's after $1 million or $2 million initially. So everyone is trying to, not everyone, but a lot of companies are out there trying to go for the same amount of pool money. And there's different reasons for that. A lot of companies feel that if they get that initial investment, it'll help springboard them off to what they need to achieve to get to the next level. However, personally, in a lot of cases, in most cases than not, they're probably not out there trying to get enough money. And a lot of investors will see that, but they won't tell you. They won't say to you, $1 million is not enough. What they will do is they'll either say they're not interested or they'll ask you for more information. And I suppose the philosophy that I've always believed in is that there is a lot less chance of failure if you have the right amount of funds coming through to achieve the things that you need to achieve on whatever that timeline is that you've set. And if you look at many companies out there that are now going into second and third rounds, even in this market, a lot of the ones that have survived well is because they have survived by having enough money invested in them to allow them to do what they need to do to get to where they are today. And I can't put enough emphasis on how important that is. It's probably one of the most important parts of a startup company, of its success, is ensuring that the rollout of funds is coming through. It doesn't mean that the investor has to drop all that money in on day one. It means that whatever plan that you come up with your investor, that you meet the goals, that the money keeps coming in, as long as you're doing the right thing with the money and they can see that you're running the business properly, then you should have no problems whatsoever in being able to see that money forthcoming if you're doing everything that you said you would. The other thing is I think a lot of companies are trying to get the big lick in at once to do many things with it. And I think, once again, as I said, you need to be able to show the investors that you are serious about what you're doing and that you are going to keep to some guidelines. I think, when we look at investing in companies ourselves, the most important thing from an investor's point of view is the quality of people, the ability of those people to be entrepreneurs, the ability of those people to run the business. In a lot of cases, the founder of the product or opportunity may not necessarily be the right person to be the CEO of the company. You need to really work out in your mind what your strengths are and work to them. And once again, if you're building organically, you need to work out how you can fill the gaps where your weaknesses are. And investors will appreciate that. They'll see the agility and they will really like it, and that will help you achieve your funds that you need from particular investors. I think also something that I really look at is I never would like to be the controlling investor, shareholder. I think that if you're backing a company, the company needs to be able to control it and run with it and ensure that that they do it the way that they need to do it. Obviously, it's important that if you've got a lead investor, one or two, that they are kept up to date. They may even want a board position to ensure that everything is happening as per plan. So I think really today the things that I really want to talk to you about and remind you is organic growth, very, very important. Valuation, have a really good look at it. And ultimately, at the end of the day, remember this, realistically, startup companies are very hard to come up with an evaluation. The more IP you've got or pending IP or patents in place, etc., the stronger they are, the more opportunity that leads to a stronger investment and a stronger valuation. However, if your company has another avenue of strength in relation to valuation, ensure that you do the potential investor so they too can get to understand exactly what it is that the opportunity is. And I always believe if I sit down with someone for more than 5 minutes and I don't understand what the opportunity is, then I think 9 times out of 10, you may need to relook at how you're selling that opportunity or talking about that opportunity. Less is more, keep it succinct, keep it short, keep it sweet. And if an investor is interested, they will ask you questions after that. In summary, I just want to talk a little bit about the market out there at the moment in relation to investment for startup companies. There is a good appetite for it, there's no doubt. Excuse me. However, what you do need to look at as well is that there's a lot of people out there that are wanting to invest in different markets, whether it be the share market, whether it be the property market, whether it be startup companies. So the competition is greater than it was some years back. There's a lot of very good companies coming through in the science area, the agri area, the tech area, remarkable opportunities. And all you need to do is find what your sweet spot is, concentrate on that and ensure that whatever the opportunity is that you offer, it's strong and it makes a lot of sense. So the market out there is competitive at this stage, at this moment. There is money out there. It seems to be harder for a lot of the companies that I'm speaking to get funding, especially the smaller amounts. So as I said earlier, ensure that whatever you put forward in your presentation, that it is enough to take you to where you need to go. It's been a pleasure speaking to you all again. And as I said earlier, for those of you that I've met, I hope to see you face to face soon. And for those of you that I haven't met, please feel free to reach out. If you have any questions or you're wanting any free opinions from me, I'm more than happy to take a call and help you where I can with your journey. Thank you very much.
Sprawling organizations become increasingly dependent on complex cloud solutions, while governance, risk, and compliance requirements consume more effort, making it harder to deliver business goals. Market is overburdened with increasing complexity of tech business solutions, manual processes, slow go-to-market, lack of local expertise you can trust, compliance overheads, fragmented approach. We used to hear that technology is complex and cumbersome. We'd love to take that off the table to free space for organizational purpose.
As a founder, we are always looking towards technology and software as a way to create infinite potential with our business. And as part of that, we obviously start the process with building our own tech teams. What I found for myself is in building your own software solution for the challenge you're looking to solve, there's always elements which may be out of the capability of your own team, and therefore you need a trusted third-party provider. For us, this has come in the form of Fastlane. We had a very specific area that was important to us that we wanted to make sure that we had got right. And when we're working with someone that we know that already works with investee companies of some of Australia's top investment banks and companies which are most known in the ecosystem as some of the largest software companies, it's reassuring to be working with such a trusted third-party provider in that process.
But I'd say the best way to kind of get in touch would be to reach out to the Fastlane team, and then they could connect you with someone within the Google team. So, but yes, lots of help on the ground for startups and businesses.
What I've experienced with Fastlane and Chef has been consistent, has been reliable, and has been an absolute pleasure as a business relationship to work with. I think that the people in all organisations are authentic, transparent, and are able to build that relationship of trust with me and with my team.
We anticipated the future in 2012. Agile transformation, DevOps, proliferation of cloud, automation of business, increasing compliance, regulatory technology. We were prepared for different ways of working, and 2020 validated the approach as we kept growing. Our customers come and stay with us along the entire business lifecycle, whatever the times are. Top-tier Australian bank, global investment bank, product leader in open data, Australasia's leading investment platform, global powerhouse in RegTech, government in science and finance, startups in cybersecurity and biotech. They focus on their business while we safely keep their IT in the fast lane.
We have been preparing this for some time. We are looking for investors who are capable of synergy with Fastlane, an established technical service provider. If you are an investment manager in the private equity space, or a sophisticated investor with portfolio companies that can benefit from a trusted technology partner, then you will see Fastlane as an investment opportunity with multiple ROI streams. We are looking forward to discussing how we can develop this potential together.
It's our pleasure to now introduce Flanders Investment and Trade, a facilitator of investment projects in Flanders and supporter to Flemish export companies. As a sponsor of Emergence 2021, today they are represented by Luca Battalo, Director, Catherine van Eckhouten, Head of International Relations at Startups.be, and Sven de Klein, Program Director at imec.istart.
My name is Luca Battalo, Director of the Australian Office of Flanders Investment and Trade. And during this presentation, I will be joined by Catherine from Startups.be, Scaleups.eu, and Sven from IMEC. Flanders is the northern region of Belgium, a gateway to the European market thanks to its location and short distance from major capitals, as you can see from the picture. This is proven by the export and import consolidated data of 638 billion euro in 2019, and the fact that 30% of the Flemish workforce is dedicated to export. Flanders is the preferred recipient of foreign direct investment, and in 2019, 5.2 billion euro were invested in Flanders. And this is possible thanks to a quick 4-day business setup process and a broad range of incentives, especially for companies with R&D DNA, as you can see from this slide. Flanders Investment Trade has a broad network of 96 offices in 72 countries, with our Melbourne office looking after the Australian market. Our offices around the world can support foreign companies in entering the European market or expanding their footprint by assisting them in registering a branch office or a subsidiary in Flanders. We can do this by providing market intelligence, advice, and possibly financial and commercial incentives. For a soft landing in Flanders, you can also count on an efficient cluster ecosystem with partners such as startups.be and strategic research centers such as IMEC. But now, let me please give the floor to Catherine. Thank you.
Good morning, afternoon, evening. I'm Catherine from the network organization startups.be. When at the other side of the globe, you think of Europe, metropoles like Paris, London, or Berlin will probably come top of mind. Flanders might still be a hidden gem when it comes to choose where to set foot on the ground with your startup or scale-up. But let me give you 10 reasons why it deserves a serious thought. As you can see, it has a central location exactly in between the three biggest markets in the EU, being Germany, France, and the UK. You can reach them within a couple of hours with a dense interconnected transport network. And Flanders hosts many international institutions and lots of corporate decision centers. It is also a very wealthy region with a GDP per capita which is twice the EU average, and almost 80% of the EU buying power is at reach within a circle of 500 miles. It enjoys the best quality of life standards in Europe, alike with household living spaces, which are big, advanced healthcare systems and social services, many good and international schools. Nevertheless, the cost of living is still lower than in the surrounding hotspots, for instance, for real estates and prices and rentals. We are recognized as one of the most globalized places in the world. As said, we host many international organizations, which attracts a very international workforce. Our small sizes forces us to rapidly look over the borders. So we say our startups are born global. Thanks to this global exposure, we have a multilingual population with a very open and welcoming mind. Our workforce has one of the highest productivity levels in the EU, and 35% of the labor force has at least one higher education degree, which is well above the OECD average. So we have an amazing pool of top-class human capital, but let's be honest and recognize that there is still a scarcity in STEM talent, like almost everywhere. And this skill level contributes in its turn to the innovative character of our economy. We have a very intense collaboration between institutes and research institutes and industry. There are excellent universities around that give rise to many spin-offs and incubators, as you will hear in a couple of minutes. And among our verticals, we have a very strong record in health tech, biotech, fintech, smart logistics, and there are quite some fiscal intense incentives for R&D. This goes together with a strong technology landscape with high-performance digital infrastructure, companies that are top European performance in terms of integration of digital technologies. We are also part of the EU Deep Tech Champions. So setting up a business is just a matter of days, and there is an increasing presence of funding since a couple of years. We're also considered as the playground of Europe, which is always interesting to test the market. So as you can see, there is a rapidly growing and maturing startup ecosystem in Flanders with a high number of supporting facilities from co-working spaces, incubators, accelerators, maker spaces, inventors, etc. So the organization that I represent has a major role in federating all these ecosystem players for innovation and co-creation. So I would say subscribe to our newsletter as we organize a number of events that you can now attend remotely, thanks to COVID, and that will allow you to get to know our vibrant community. So let me now hand it over to Sven de Kleen.
Thank you, Catherine. Hi, my name is Sven de Kleen. I'm the program director of IMEC iStart. IMEC actually is a big research institute, and as a matter of fact, is the largest independent research institute on nanotechnologies and digital technologies globally. Established back in 1984, IMEC collaborates with a lot of academic and industrial partners to develop new innovations in these nanotech and digital fields. Headquartered in Leuven, IMEC also has operations elsewhere on the globe, both in Europe, mainly in the Netherlands, to the West in the US, as well as in different locations in Asia, like Taiwan, India, and China. IMEC has a workforce of 4,500 highly skilled technologists in those nanotech and digital technologies. And IMIC has its main purpose to collaborate with large and small companies to develop new innovations in these nanotech and digital fields. As part of IMIC's activities, we have developed an accelerator program called IMIC iStart. The main purpose of IMIC iStart is to help companies make the transition from an initial rough idea proof of concept towards building a sustainable business that has all chances and likelihood to become a real scale-up and beyond afterwards. The program itself has a 12 to 18-month duration and focuses on 3 key milestones to be achieved by the end of the program, being market readiness, growth readiness, and investor readiness. And it also includes a pre-seed investment. Over the years, IMIC iStart has supported over 225 startups, of which more than a quarter has turned into real global scale-ups already, which attracted over 315 million euros of follow-up financing. And currently, still 85% of the startups and spin-offs we supported are still active and survive. As part of our activities, we also have developed a partnership, which is called the Global Markets Accelerator Program, together with some partners in Asia, as well as the key partner being Trobe University and its accelerator. Through the program, we provide Australian startups access to international markets, and in our case, of course, access to Europe through Flanders as a good test region. As we speak, our program is ongoing, and in the first stage, where we explored the feasibility, we selected 6 Australian companies, of which now 2 are in a deep dive 6-month acceleration program to really enter the European market. This collaboration is, of course, supported by our know-how, and IMIC iStart is proudly benchmarked as the #1 university-linked business accelerator in Europe. We'd be more than happy to talk to all the participants of Emergence 21 and share our insights on how to set up and accelerate your business in Europe. Thank you very much.
Next to present is Gardian, a medical technology company who develops software and medical devices to improve the prevention, diagnosis and treatment of emergency and life-critical incidents. Here to talk further about this opportunity is Graham Corden, co-founder and CEO.
This is new, it's innovative, it's AI, it's in the music industry and it's helping people. Those things together are just incredible.
There's a real cloud of uncertainty over all gatherings of more than 100 or so people.
I never want to see this event held in Sydney or New South Wales ever again.
Police are seen at festivals to be there in an effort to bust people rather than to help with any medical issues.
Gardian became an idea and a passion for myself about a year and a half ago. I had been working with my wife, who has been a promoter, independent promoter, doing snow tunes in Jindabyne, New South Wales. And we'd seen some pretty crazy stuff happen with kids at venues. In September of 2019, I met a guy called Mike Hammond. Mike had been on stage presenting for Deaths in New South Wales festivals. And part of his presentation was an idea and an app that he had begun the development of. He'd actually developed the back-end solution properly, but hadn't quite got the front end. And so he and I talked. I suggested that we could work together, and here we are. Gardian is a collection of very new solutions and ideas brought together in a total solution package. So we have 4 main components. We start at the back end, which is a web services control environment, which in essence is a content management server which controls and holds all of the information, but it also configures the environment and manages the environment from a configuration perspective. That's the control element. In front of the control element is the medic app and the medic solution. As they're working the festival, the event, the stadium, etc., it takes the medic from allocation of a job, assessment of the patient, treatment of the patient, and disposition of the patient. The medic environment is also geolocation enabled solution set. So what it does is it helps to identify where every paramedic pair is on ground, or every paramedic individually is on ground. It identifies their location and allows us to immediately dispatch them where necessary to assist the patron. The real front end of it all are 2 pieces. So we have the Gardian Assist app, but it also incorporates Gardian Vital Assist, which is a smart wristband or a smart wearable. So the smart wristband takes your vitals, your temperature, your pulse, your blood pressure. It even does ECG. In the back end with control, it has an AI function. And what it's doing is it's making a judgment about whether you're well or whether you're not well, whether we should intervene or whether we should not intervene. People come to a festival to have fun. We want them to have fun. For us, it's about saving lives, getting people back on their feet, stopping people getting to that point of no return. And the reality is, you know, you can never stop drugs from being taken, but what we can do is help people on the way through. We were seeing sniffer dogs and we were seeing, you know, massive police presence, and it was putting a real bummer and a real downer onto the festival environment itself. Rather than maybe having one or two MDMA tablets when they were in the venue, they were putting all of them into their mouth as they arrived because there were sniffer dogs and they didn't want to get caught. You might think that Gardian's an intrusive solution because it's monitoring your vitals, but it's actually an unobtrusive solution. The only time that we're really interested in what's occurring with you is when the lights start flashing in aisle number 3. Apart from that, we don't care. It's protection, monitoring, prevention, but for the most part, it's just sitting there passively analysing the situation. Heavy police presence is causing behavioural changes in patrons, and drug testing or pill testing. We all know that in one of the cases in New South Wales in 2019, you know, 5 friends took the same tablet and one of them passed away, which is really, really sad. So you can never be that certain, even with pill testing. And the reason it's called Gardian is because we're not your mum and dad, so we're not going to tell you what to do and what not to do. And the reality is that with Gardian there looking over your shoulder and monitoring and managing your health vitals and statistics, we can tap you on the shoulder and say it's time to get some help. Well, this is an emotional topic for me and the team here at Gardian. So now I'm going to present you with some structure behind the emotion. We're a medtech company. We're focused on saving lives. We've built a world's first solution and we already have customers. Just a recap of what this is. The 4 components are on screen now. The wristband, the Assist and Event apps, the Medic app, and the back-end control and AI environment. Not only does this solution identify issues and dispatch help to within 1.5 square metres, but it also manages the COVID plan for control and tracing elements within the geofence in which it's operating. As per the video in 2018-19, festival goers were dying from drug overdoses. These were someone's children. They could have been your children. The issue was never emergency medical care. It was the time to get to the individual, the time to reach someone at their exact location, and give enough time for the medic to help them before they get past the first stage of overdose. We can do that. In aged care, the growth in the number of senior Australians is rising faster than the growth in caregivers. We're heading into a resource crisis. The 2019 coronial inquest into deaths at festivals and the 2019 Royal Commission into treatment of aged care citizens both called out for technology solutions to support the objectives and actions presented in their findings. We have answered that call. We have no direct competitors in the live entertainment and festival domain. For the first time ever, a medtech solution can proactively save lives. As for the aged care and disability domains, the competitors provide very simple wristband or pendant solutions that provide a panic button and a GPS location function alone. If you talk to seniors, you'll hear what we heard. They hate them and they don't use them. One lady said she'd rather die than wear one of the pendants. In 2017, 91 ASX-listed medtech companies had a combined valuation of 94 billion Australian dollars. The global medical device market is expected to reach 432 USD by 2025. The live entertainment industry generated 35 billion in 2019, and even the impacts of 2020, as harsh as they were, still the live entertainment industry generated 12.8 billion. In 2017-18, 4.9 billion was spent by the federal government on aged care support for 2.6 million people at home. 220 poor individuals missed out on that funding, but they're in a catch-up model. The in-home carer network added 49 companies in 2019, making a total of 543 companies servicing those seniors at home. This growth can't continue because the pool of carer resources is limited and the carers themselves are getting older. As I said earlier, a crisis is looming. Gardian EMS will provide a solution to reduce the workload of carers, reduce the anxiety of the children of older Australians, and provide peace of mind for people over 65 living at home. Traction to date, well, we're ahead of our expectations. We've already signed our first festival partner, Yours and Ours. Our first disability OT provider is on board for trial and then rollout. We have an MOU with an aged care service provider for trial and rollout to 1,000 clients under their care. We're trialling our solution in March with a zoo in Fortitude Valley, and we'll provide our solution as a free service to all attendees at the Queensland Music Awards in April in lieu of sponsorship dollars. Now for the founders. I've worked in the engineering and technology domain since the 80s, with a couple of my major milestones being the delivery of digital mobile services, mobile devices and digital content across Australia for 3G and subsequently 4G. My co-founder and guardian is Mike Ammond, who has operated his company for over 30 years in the event medical services domain. Mike's worked at over 10,000 festivals and events. He's provided emergency medical services to 1.4 million Australians at those festivals. Our IT development partner is a shareholder, and the team of 27 individuals is working on closing out our build and test program. Our industry advisory panel is made up of a group of incredibly talented individuals. They lead in their fields of endeavour. This panel has been established to provide expert advice and guidance to supplement our team. We have the best helping the best. So what are we seeking? We're looking to raise 1.5 million Australian dollars in exchange for 9% equity in our company. That equates to 1.5 million ordinary shares, and it's based on a valuation of 16.4 million. Our forecast EBITDA by the end of year 5 is 80%. This is in line with tech industry standards. Our solution is going to be taught in New South Wales TAFE colleges as part of the Events and Tourism course by Dr. Lynn van der Wagen. We're currently in discussions with the Board of Control for Cricket in India, although we haven't included those revenue projections into our valuation. EMS Event Medical has 400 plus clients, and we're now beginning to talk about our solution with those clients. Funds distribution, well, the money that we raise will be focused on acceleration with our client list. The money will be split across 3 main areas: assets, being smart wearables, staff to support operational deployment, and OPEX to support sales and general expenses. So far, I hope I've given you enough information, and we thank you for spending the time going through this presentation with us. Hope you can join the Guardian team soon.
Presenting now is Zerocast. Zerocast is challenging century-old use of plaster treatment, fibre casting and bracing. Here to talk further about this opportunity is CEO Steve Hamilton and CTO Dr. Pranesh Kumar.
Hi, my name is Pranesh Kumar. I'm a CTO of the company. I'm a trained orthopedic surgeon and inventor of Zerocast device. I'm one of the founders of SurgiSplint.
My name is Steve Hamilton. I have experience in the medical device technology sector, both international medical technology, in-country business leadership, and startup technology business leadership. I'm co-founder of the SurgiSplint business. SurgiSplint is focused on treating upper limb injuries, including the most common broken bone injury across the globe, the distal radius fracture, or more commonly referred to as the wrist fracture. Our purpose is to create an improved healing experience for those treated with Zerocast. Plaster casting is over 160 years old. It's got many problems associated with it. They're highlighted on the screen. Plaster casting dominates because of 2 key factors. Unit cost of the materials is low, and plaster can be contour molded to stabilize a fracture using principles of 3-point fixation. Pranesh, tell us about that.
So 3-point fixation is the principle we clinicians use to treat broken bone. So if you imagine a broken stick as a broken bone, you use 3-point to reshape the bone in an original position, and you have to hold in that position. In a fractured wrist, we use a moldable plaster bandage and then apply a directed pressure in the 3-point configuration until the plaster cast material hardens.
Zerocast permits 3-point fixation to be applied across the fracture site, and the device can be adjusted to provide this in an ideal way. It also can be applied in under 5 minutes, whereas plaster casting takes 30 minutes. You can see the key benefits of ZeroCast are highlighted here, and I would point out that in this device, the patients can shower, they're much more comfortable, their visits to the clinic are shorter and fewer, and overall, the healthcare system has lower cost exposure. Fracture treatment remains dominated by plaster and fiberglass casting, and there are a series of alternative fracture treatment options often applied at around 10 days post-injury. They're listed here, and we've discussed plaster casting in detail. The other market treatments each have their own challenges, with many unable to provide that needed predictability of 3-point fixation. The healthcare value chain stakeholders each have differing requirements. ZeroCast delivers value to the payer by reducing the overall cost of treatment. It gives value to the provider, and provider, we're talking about the clinic, hospital, or treatment location. They're vitally interested in fast patient turnaround, and provider locations are keen to utilize new technology to encourage patients to share positive stories and demonstrate their cutting-edge treatments and bring those back to the provider location. The value to patients is also clear. We've spoken about this. Daily activities can continue with limited interruption. Over 18 million wrist fractures occur around the world every year, with over 1 million in the United States alone. This is a great segment for our first product introduction. Complementary patented technology is also being developed in the indications shown on the screen. Current device availability for the treatment of common finger injuries are either expensive, bespoke-made devices or old technology where the design prevents human interaction with common touch screen devices. The New Zealand government has recognised this pipeline of products that's being developed by SurgiSplint and provided a series of grants to leverage our R&D efforts. Our design and development team of clinicians are each contracted to provide services to ZeroCast under compliant agreements. And under Dr. Pranesh Kumar's leadership, we work closely with a group of leading hand surgeon specialists.
So our clinical design team include Dr. Michael Boland. He's a hand surgeon based in Auckland, New Zealand. He is an Asia Pacific editor for International Hand Journal. Professor Melvin Rosenwasser is a chief of hand surgery at New York Presbyterian Chain of Hospital and an orthopedic surgery professor at the Columbia New York University. He is also a team physician for New York Yankees. Professor Bill Seid Jr., he is a chief of hand at Cleveland Clinic in Ohio, and he was a past president for American Hand Society.
These experts provide their clinical guidance and input into developing our innovative pipeline products. SurgiSplint has already addressed the big challenges of medical technology introduction and can demonstrate that the business has been de-risked. FDA and regulatory clearance has been obtained in other markets. Payer reimbursement has been validated in the United States, with US reimbursement pricing of around $500 on average, providing a very lucrative gross margin. An independent study is planned at New York Columbia University, and the rapidly growing telemedicine trend that occurred during COVID-19 is not going away. It has encouraged our development of a smart sensor version of ZeroCast. The business has worked hard to address the basic market access requirements of regulatory approval and payer reimbursement. Both have been validated. Low-cost manufacture with high payer reimbursement, providing ideal margins. A list of our current customers is shown here, and our strategic timeline of priorities is mapped out. We're asking for an investment of US $4 million in shares. The minimums and maximums are outlined here, as is the equity value. And we're also keen to explore investment potential, channel partners, and leverage market access in targeted international markets. Our use of funds is to be focused on sales and marketing, with a focus on supporting the channel to market for sales into clinics and hospitals and to support pull-through of patients. We focused on developing the technology to include the smart Zerocast and pipeline of priority finger and hand products. Focused on clinical publications that will help change the prescribing habits once validated in the peer-reviewed scientific literature and from the podium at international meetings. Focused on contract manufacturing and assembly. The products currently manufactured and assembled in Auckland, here in New Zealand. We're currently investigating manufacturing and assembly alternatives adjacent to our largest markets in the US. At Surgisplint, we've got an experienced governance board, and in addition, we work with respected and experienced business consultants who lead our US market entry presence. We want to thank you for your interest. We encourage you to interact with us now through the Brella platform. Thank you.
Presenting now is Beckon Capital, who offer a different approach to investment management, sharing expertise and mobilising capital to create positive impact, generating strong returns for all. Here to present further is Chief Investment Officer, Chris Selth.
Hello, I'm Chris Selth and I'm from Beckon Capital, and I'm here to discuss with you what I think is really an exciting investment opportunity that delivers strong financial returns whilst meeting needs and dealing with issues that are facing our communities and the planet. We're targeting returns of around 15% per annum. Before I go into that, I think it's really important. I want to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which I'm working, the country in which I'm working, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation. So, what we're doing is we're delivering what's termed impact growth equity. That means we're investing in great Australian small to medium-sized enterprises that are delivering strong financial returns and are having a measurable impact on the communities that they work in. They're delivering value to the people they're involved with. We believe that businesses that actually understand the total equation, which is the product and how they deliver value to their stakeholders, are stronger businesses. They deliver more sustainable returns and they're worth more. So understanding the data around how you make those decisions, improving impact is a driver for strong performance. Impact drives strong returns. The challenge right now that many investors have been facing is how to source attractive investment opportunities. Real interest rates are close to zero. At the same time, it's really hard to get money down to these strong businesses in the local economy. That's the problem Beckon was built to solve, working with these small businesses and helping you as investors invest in them. So let's look at some numbers about the sort of opportunity that's available. Firstly, if you look at the valuations compared to the big listed equities on the stock market, small to medium-sized enterprises are really attractively valued. Next, as they grow and get stronger, the valuation improves, it goes up. And these businesses pay dividends. So it's not just the valuation goes up, you're going to be paid dividends whilst they do it, and they are strengthening the communities that you live in. I think that's a fantastic win-win outcome. And this situation, the boom has just started in this space. So it used to be that socially responsible investing or impact investing was seen as some kind of philanthropy. That has totally changed. Meeting these needs is where the growth is in the world right now. The boom has started. And Beckon is here to help get people to participate in that boom and drive the money, not just into the abstract, into big companies, into your local community and boom with it. So our solution combines investing in SMEs, which are attractively valued, but also they are the significant drivers of innovation in our economy, the significant drivers of employment in our economy. At the same time, we're integrating that innovation with impact. As I've said, impact is where the growth is, how you meet local needs, how you care for an aging population, repair the work on the planet which is being degraded, the range of impact needs, and you need to do this cost effectively needs people that are nimble and adaptive, and that's what small businesses do. So you combine SMEs at attractive valuation with innovation in meeting real needs through impact, you get great returns and the needs get met that you need faced in your communities, in your lives now. We've got a team which I am proud and excited to work with. It's deeply experienced, there's young enthusiasm, and it's not just traditional investors. We've got people who are skilled in technology, in marketing, in property, and in governance, lawyers working not just to build the investment funds, but working to partner with the businesses that we're involved with. Our investment approach is being based on building, because to reach all these people, there's a lot of demand out there. There's a lot of work to be done, but we built a technology platform underneath us to make the engagement between, the human engagement between us, investors, and the companies we're backing more efficient and more effective. So it's a human approach supported by technology. We are patient investors. We're not after a quick buck. We're after a strong, sustainable delivery of performance. And we deliver that capital into our investees using a process called just-in-time capital. That means we just don't, rain money on them. We deliver the money as it's needed, as they meet milestones. What that does is it means it aligns business planning within the business with risk management for investors delivering capital as it's needed. Stronger returns, productivity uplift, and lower risk. So let me talk a bit about our investment process. When we're assessing the companies that we're investing in, we score them both in terms of their financial and operational capabilities and strengths and weaknesses, but also in terms of their impact. And that is the value they're creating directly and indirectly on their customers and the stakeholders in their communities. The sources of these investees, everything we're doing right now is exciting. We're thrilled. And the reason we're thrilled is that we've been talking to a variety of channel partners. And these include industry associations, chambers of commerce, professional advisory firms, the government. On all fronts, we're getting the message, we need you now. So people are approaching us that have extraordinary businesses from a range of different channels. So I want to assure you, the need for this and the demand for this in the market is very significant, and the opportunities for you as investors to participate in this is outstanding. The range of businesses, this is not an impact thematic fund. This is not a solar fund. This is not an aged care fund. This is a fund that invests in a diversified range of businesses run by management that leads those businesses, that's incentivized. So you've got diversification here and strong returns. The fund, as we're going to raise, we're targeting a raise of $150 million because the demand from the businesses is extraordinary. We've got a lot of opportunities to meet, to deliver capital to. So we're targeting 30 to 40 companies right now. The period is 8 years. That's patient capital. The good news, this is not like a VC or private equity fund. There will be dividends paid through this period, for a part of this period. And we believe that the total returns should be around 15%. As I said, we are a minority equity holder. We're working in partnership, supporting businesses whose leadership has a strong incentive to make their business work, not just for themselves, but for you, our investors. The good news right now is doing what needs to be done is how you're going to make money. And that's what we're here to make happen. Please join us on the Brella platform. We'd like to discuss this for them.
Presenting now is Lygon. The Lygon platform is an industry solution that streamlines the bank guarantee process for everyone. Here to talk further about this is CEO Justin Amos and COO Rodolph Salem.
My name's Justin Amos. I'm the CEO of Lygon.
And I'm Rodolph Salem. I'm the COO of Lygon.
Exact so. In 2016, Lygon started its journey through an industry reach out to identify key friction points in banking. Unilaterally, the market asked the banks to improve the bank guarantee experience. The problem certainly always boils down to the fact that the guarantee is a paper-bearer instrument, and that's what we're here to replace. As an output of all of this effort, we've also brought all of the promise that you've heard about with blockchain technology to commerce in Australia. Mr. Sten, we are the first mover with a recognized connected partner banks. We're already working in strategic market entry points overseas, which will enable us to become a global operator in this place. We deliberately selected IBM, not just for blockchain and cloud security, but able to assist with the global deployment of the Lygon Art platform. We have every reason to be confident that we can export our success overseas, particularly in countries whose legal framework is based on Commonwealth law. The problem, as alluded to, is with paper. Using paper is slow, using paper is expensive. Using paper costs the environment, paper gets lost, paper gets spoiled. The paper system inhibits amendments. The paper itself is subjected to fraud. Paper causes disagreements. Paper creates barriers for SMEs. The problem is with paper, and we're changing that. Here are some costs to the Australian economy in numbers. So as you can see, this touches a lot of points. This is all in 1 year, the negative impact of using paper on commerce and the environment. Over to you, Rodolph.
Thanks, Justin. As you can see, the Lygon Art platform was designed by industry experts and customers. And it was really focused on delivering against 4 key problems that we had. And that's how we addressed it in terms of how we built the platform itself. It is completely paperless end-to-end, so from request to issuance of a bank guarantee and the amendments of the transaction of the bank guarantees. It's safe and secure, so only parties who are privy to those bank guarantees have access and visibility to those bank guarantees. We are also transparent, and the platform allows 24-hour access to all parties of the same data, validating information that this bank guarantee is a live instrument on our platform. And last of all, it's standardized. And what we've done is standardize the bank guarantee terms and conditions across the industry, therefore minimizing noise for all parties involved, whether it's legal or operational. And that creates a unique advantage. Because we've designed the platform by experts, we've actually, with experts and with the help of customers, we're actually able to build a capability end-to-end that not only satisfies large corporates, but your SMEs and your mum and dad businesses, but also issuers in terms of their ability to service customers a lot faster. Again, we've standardized it. We've standardized the bank guarantee industry. Anyone using the Lygon platform will use a standard terms and conditions that can be referenced at any point in time. And again, our platform is safe and trusted. We ensured we did a lot of work around security of our platform, who has visibility, who has access, and underlying technology is really enabler of all of that. And our platform is ready to scale. It's ready to scale for beneficiaries, issuers, and applicants who are all involved in the bank guarantee. But it's also ready to scale in cross-border guarantees as well. When we looked at Lygon compared to our competitors in the market, only Lygon has the ability to standardize bank guarantees across an industry. We are fully digital end-to-end compared to our competitors. We are based on a blockchain foundational framework, which allows and gives visibility to parties, not just around the transaction, but the audit history around that specific transaction. But also, our platform is an enabler for all bank guarantees, whether it's financial, performance, or environmental bank guarantees. And that led us to, and with our analysis that we've done in terms of market sizing, the number of bank guarantees in Australian markets, the number of transactions in Australian markets, and our revenue framework using the Lygon platform, we estimate around a recurring annual revenue around $73 million in the Australian market alone. That grows substantially when we go into other jurisdictions where we also want to apply our capabilities. One thing we wanted to make sure in terms of building the platform is not only work with customers and industry experts, we also wanted to work with key vendors or key financial services providers with platforms to those issuers and to customers as well. And again, really focus around enabling customers to have a complete end-to-end digital solution. And those you can see on this specific slides in terms of clients who are having traction with and we have on our platform, but also partners who we've partnered with to really develop and continue to develop the Lygon platform itself. I'm now going to hand over back to Justin to talk about our team.
Yeah, so, conscious of time here, so here's some of our core team for this week, and when we speak, hopefully in the future, we'll have some more talent as we're expanding across all of our capabilities. It is worth mentioning that we also have an additional 30 ring-fenced technical staff at RBM, completing our feature rollout of all the bank guarantee types and support for cross-border relationships by early April 2021. Okay, getting to the ask. Very easy, very clean. Now that we're live with proven tech and real customers, we're raising as we need to support our growth and expansion aspirations. We're raising an additional Australian dollars 10 million in return for common stock, so the same class as everybody else, as the founding investors on our cap table, who I'm sure you know are ANZ, CBA, Westpac, RBM, and Centre Group. The timing of this will be closing the raise in short order. All right, distribution of funds very quickly. Our business model is Sydney HQ, who own all of the IP. We continue to invest in our domestic business. So we'll need $3 million for that and quite frankly, dominate across the Australian and New Zealand commercial landscapes. The overseas model can be considered as a franchise model where Lygon itself stood up locally can actually be the franchisee, with Lygon Australia licensing the IP to other jurisdictions, or alternatively, we can go in via a JV. We need $2 million in New Zealand to get to cash flow positive, which we expect to get sometime in 2022. Okay, I think we can move forward. Milestones, just some progression in the milestones for you to be able to gauge where we've been from, where we come from, and where we're actually going to. And just to finish up, investment highlights, just to make sure everyone's on the same page. We will win in Australia and New Zealand. That's guaranteed. We have first mover advantage. The issuer market is very concentrated, and we have the issuer banks as our partners. The market entry here is, in fact, very high due to the investment required and the technology requirements, which we've already gone through. And we have the best-in-class solution for this. We own the IP for the agreed market standard for a digital bank guarantee. We are an enabler of significant CO2 takedown, which we really look forward to being able to present those numbers.
Presenting now is UAM Tech, an advanced subsea company that has developed advanced autonomous underwater vehicle technology. Here to talk further about this opportunity is founder Sean Taylor.
Hi, my name is Sean. I'm the founder and director of AGTech, and I'll be giving you a presentation on our company today. AGTech is an advanced subsea company that has developed advanced autonomous underwater vehicle technology, as you can see behind me. This empowers industries to obtain the critical data that they need at a significant cost and time savings. AGTech's AUV technology can accurately capture underwater infrastructure in imagery and data, such as point cloud data. This has previously been very costly and a time-consuming process for many industries. Underwater tunnel inspections for water authorities and hydro dam tunnel inspections alone can cost in excess of $1 million per tunnel due to the need to drain the tunnels for the inspection. AGTech's technology allows for the ability to conduct these tunnel inspections at a greatly reduced time and cost due to the ability to conduct the inspections fully immersed and automated. The problem: expensive, time-consuming, dangerous, and inaccurate. Current underwater infrastructure inspections can require draining of underwater environments and tunnels, resulting in significant costs due to costly downtime and inaccuracies due to human-led inspections. In time-consuming, the inspections can take up to 2 months. For instance, a hydro dam tunnel inspection currently requires the tunnel to be drained and electricity production to be stopped. Costs are significant due to the downtime, which with the requirement of draining of the tunnels to allow inspectors to walk through tunnels and physically inspect. They also drive through the tunnels. So inaccuracy and danger exist because they have to walk or drive through the tunnels, and sometimes they do have divers go as well, with the element of human error and the additional risk. The deep dive. On average, the current cost for underwater tunnel inspections can range up to $1 million per tunnel with the current process, and the average times per inspection can take 2 to 3 months. The need to drain tunnels for physical inspections lead to significant additional costs due to the downtime of infrastructure, which in the case of the hydro dams can be hundreds of thousands of dollars per day. And in one of the tunnels we have been approached to inspect, the tunnel runs for 34 kilometers under a mountain range, which makes it impossible to drain for a walk or drive-through inspection and is too dangerous to send the divers. And I'll actually talk about that a little bit later, one of those jobs. Furthermore, the capability of our autonomous underwater vehicles to accurately capture 4K, 360-degree video and point cloud data while fully submerged makes it possible to conduct underwater inspections without the need to drain tunnels or send divers into dangerous and often pitch black environments. This reduces the downtime. For a hydro dam tunnel inspection, the savings can be up to 2 months just in downtime. In essence, AGTech reduced the time and costs associated with lengthy shutdowns, whilst greatly improving the accuracy of the data collected. This enables us to offer substantially lower costs and more accurate inspections to these markets, yet maintain significantly higher profit margins due to the increased efficiencies of our technology. There are a range of industry problems on top of just tunnels. So problem number one is inferior accuracy. This is due to sensors, low quality image capture. It could be due to the clarity of water as well, and inconsistent data. The high cost. So to access and utilize AUVs for the mission-specific purposes, most AUVs are built for mission-specific and range in the millions of dollars per AUV. Problem three, incapable of carrying out a wide array of missions, which could be commercial, scientific, defense, etc. And number four is autonomous decision-making. As the AUV market has been around for some time, the AI infrastructure needed to autonomously make decisions in multiple missions hasn't been available. So they have to add it after the fact that they have a complete infrastructure, which is not ideal. So the first solution that we've done is superior accuracy. So we use very high quality, up-to-date sensors One of them is a teledyne sensor, for instance, for tunnels as well, with an accuracy of within 2%. Up to 22 cameras on board, from 4K HD wide view to 360 spherical and stereo cameras. We have patented LED technology that we put around our domes that stops algae from even growing. We are equipped with 14 1080 lumen lights for illumination, which can get us up to 20 meters in clear water. We also, beyond that, we've built some AI algorithms that actually clean the water for us within the camera feed. And we have side scan, single ping, 360 sonars as well that can be used for obstacle avoidance and path planning. Number two is our low cost, high value. So the H10 AUV, which you see behind me here and in that picture and in the corner, it normally costs for us to run for a client 10 to 15K per day. And that's a lease model. And that can vary based on if they want different sensors added to it. We are fully module, which we'll get into. Parts and modules are fabricated and patented in-house at our Port Melbourne facility, providing significant cost savings. And it's been designed to be the smallest AUV in its class. And this is very important when you get into the tunnels and the smaller tunnels and the ability to turn and maneuver, as we'll go over with one of the clients that we're working with now. Modular design. So this is where we've designed the submarine as a modulable core and twin heads. So it's capable of being customized cost efficiently for a variety of missions and applications. Base payloads can be freely combined with specific mission sensors. The majority of the boards inside are ours. We've developed them from the ground up. So we can plug and play most commercially available sensors. It's basically, where do we put it? Do we need a new hole in the sub? And we integrate it. And fully integrated AI. So we started with the mentality that we were going to make it fully autonomous. So we built that from the ground up. And self-learning as well to capture and exploit high added value images and subsea data sets. Our proprietary system has the ability to interpret external data as well, learn from the data, and use those learnings to achieve specific goals. Financial highlights. UAM is expected to become profit generating this year, 2021. It would have been last year, but coronavirus kind of put that through a loop. The near-term revenue forecast is a 1.5 in 2021, growing materially to over 32 million by 2024. Notable client partnerships and transactions. So UAM is in advanced talks with the following companies and industries. Melbourne Water. Melbourne Water has over 10,000 kilometers of tunnel systems. Currently, their biggest pain point is a 34-kilometer underground tunnel under the mountain. And nobody can do it. There's one company that can do it on tether. They have to remove the tether at 3 access points while they do it. And it costs $1 million just to bring the equipment into the country. We can do it in less than 2 weeks autonomously. New Zealand Hydro, we've been shortlisted under New Zealand Hydro. They actually removed all of their bigger tunnels from their tender because nobody could do it. However, we can. And we're moving forward with them. Right now, they've put their tender on hold due to COVID lockdowns, but it's estimated to recommence in 2022. Windia would like to use UAM TEX technology to survey wind turbines on the North Sea. So the infrastructure on wind turbines. The biggest pain point they have, they actually don't want our autonomous part of the system. They want it on tether in real time using our VR environment that we've designed for the sub. And their biggest pain point is I think it's 700 kilogram sub that they use, and ours is 80. And they want to use small boats to go do it, and they can't. So they'd be able to. And there's a European hydro dam inspection company that's growing and has approached us because, again, they're having issues with size, mainly size and capability of what's available in the market. Certificates and trademarks. So we have some certificates, including the Australian Maritime Safety Authority, which gives us a unique vessel identifier. We were one of the first in Australia to get that, which means we can operate in any waters in Australia. And we have the trademarks, obviously, on UAM tech, submapping, which is something that we want to add in the future. And WaterView is our VR environment, which we would add in the future, but it's also part of the commercial backend that we have to give clients their data. The team. So I'm the founder and CEO. We have project management, BDMs, developers, engineers, and we have support also in India from a team that we've had for almost 18 years now, that I've had in some of my other business ventures. And above that, we have an executive board that oversees our direction. Oops. So UAM Tech is currently seeking a capital investment of $2 million to allow for the commercialization in the tunnel inspection market in exchange for 20% equity in ordinary shares. This is a valuation of $10 million. It is based on forecast earnings, peer compatible, and valuation of IP. We were actually valued before we got this part of the sub working at 10 million externally. So we've kept the 10 million as the valuation for this funding round as well. And obviously more can be provided upon request. And thank you very much for listening to all that. And I look forward to talking to you. Thank you.
Presenting now is Early Education Holdings, who specialise in sourcing, acquiring and managing government-funded and high consumer demand SMEs across Australia. Here to talk about this further is Mina Mikhail, Founder and Managing Director.
Hi, my name's Mina and I'm here to talk to you guys today about an exciting investment opportunity in Early Education Holdings. Before we start, we'd like to share the disclaimer with you to have a read on. All right, great. So let's get stuck into the issue. Small and medium businesses account for 98% of businesses in Australia, and that represents a massive opportunity for individuals like myself and you to generate regular income. However, it's deemed an unattractive investment pathway for a number of reasons. The level of expertise and knowledge you need in an industry can be quite important for you to identify the right opportunities, that is. Once you've identified it, the process of acquiring a business can be quite complex. There's continuous operational expectations on you that need to be to have a good understanding in business management. Typically helps differentiate a good business from a great business. And there's normally a high time commitment and financial expectation on the owner of the business. That typically then translates into, in the long run, poor survival rates for SMEs, particularly the small and medium business in the first 5 years, underperformance of the business, as well as a mental health burden. So what's the solution? So if we can visualize for a second, who would your ideal business partner be? Would it sound something like this? Someone who's got a proven business ownership model, someone with a strong network that can identify promising businesses that align with your objectives and values. If required, someone that can connect you with major lenders, someone that helps steer through the stages of acquisition and has an established process with an expert team to steward the business's operations ongoing on your behalf, and someone that can drive portfolio growth through new ownership opportunities. So we've spoken a bit about the pains of an SME, of the SME market. I'd like to hone in specifically on the childcare sector. So the childcare sector is a massive market, accounting for $11.5 billion in annual revenue in Australia. Throughout COVID, it was deemed an essential service and allowed to continue to trade. There's 8,188 licensed long daycare centres across Australia, and of that amount, there's 2,950 independent centres across the 3 major states in New South Wales, Queensland and Victoria. Early Education Holdings has brought together a strong executive team to help drive the vision of the company. Jason Roberts was formerly the CEO and GM of Business Development for Australia's largest for-profit provider, DIT Education. He's currently the founder and CEO of The Sector, a specialised newsletter focusing on the childcare and early education industry. He also holds a Bachelor of Arts degree and is a chartered financial analyst. Ben brings a Bachelor of Business, 19 years of experience, and a CPA qualified, and he also holds a executive MBA from Melbourne Business School. And myself, Mina, I've got 10 years of small and medium business ownership, currently hold a Bachelor of Pharmacy and also obtaining a double Masters from the College of AGC. I'm also on the Accelerator program as a part of Entrepreneurs Organisation in the Melbourne chapter. I'm also the founder of Heaven. So what does Heaven exactly do? We make business ownership, small and medium business ownership, a reality, and we do it through a low-touch approach to drive income and portfolio growth. Our approach is industry agnostic, and we source, acquire, and manage government-funded and high consumer demand businesses across Australia. We've got 4 key pillars to our model. The discovery model, where we seek to discover industries that would benefit and leverage off our proven process. We've got an acquisition process to make it happen. We've got a management model, a stewardship model that allows us to provide the owners of the business peace of mind, and together we seek to grow. The advantage of partnering with Heaven is you've typically got a streamlined pathway to business ownership. We've got a unique stewardship model that oversees the operations on the client's behalf. We've got a proven, scalable, income-generating model that drives long-term growth for the businesses and clients that we look to serve. And our journey with a client typically starts with a single business and can grow to a diversified portfolio with time. If you'd stop for a second to have a look at the competition, you can see us on the far right there. You can see that we've got a streamlined acquisition process. We've got management support that's always available. The level of engagement required by the owners is low. There is regular income that's typically distributed on a monthly, quarterly, or annual basis. There are opportunities to grow your portfolio in different sectors. And the management, so our ability to impact the underlying performance of the businesses is quite high. So the proof of how Heaven came to fruition and where we're sort of at now is we've currently got 15 businesses under our stewardship. We've in the past and currently we've traded under these well-known national banners, and we've also been backed by the lenders, be it Westpac, NAB and ANZ. Year on year, over the last 5 years, we've grown in aggregated annual turnover. And as of 2021, we forecast to reach, to tip over a bit, over $30 million. So the Heaven team comprises of myself, the founder and the managing director, and we've broken out into a number of departments that helps support and drive the businesses within our stewardship. We've got finance, accounting and reporting, HR and team culture, procurement, tenders and purchasing, tech and system support, leasing, risk management and legal support, marketing and branding, business management and growth strategy, and specialised industry experts. So when we look at today's opportunity, it's the opportunity to acquire and develop local community-based centres between 40 to 75 places across the eastern seaboard of Australia. We'd like to start with 2 childcare centres in urban New South Wales, which are currently under contract. So Early Education Holdings is under contract to purchase 2 established centres, and we're seeking to raise $1.1 million in exchange for 50% equity in the operating entities associated with each childcare centre. The combined value of these businesses may be up to $2 million, and that's based on a combination of forecasted earnings, the EBITDA, and recent comparable sales. We will have additional information available on CRISP, as well as the evaluation process in due time. Milestones that we're looking to achieve over the next 12 to 18 months is the acquisition of the sites in June, looking to optimise the costs, the operating costs, and bring them in line with industry and company benchmarks. In March 2022, we look to brand and relaunch a strategy, one that both attempts to increase the occupancy capacity of current sites and also position us well for future growth. And in July, we want to begin to take the current model that we'd established and adopt it through future acquisitions. So just to cap off, the opportunity highlights. It's an opportunity for you to co-own a high-demand business funded by both federal and state and territory governments. It's a strong and calculated time to acquire childcare centres in 2021 on the tail end of COVID. The childcare businesses attract an attractive, stable income and portfolio growth opportunities. And through Heaven, we've got a proven management model and a specialised executive team that provides confidence in day-to-day management. Thank you.
Presenting now is AXIchain, a leading international trading platform overcoming the barriers of connecting farmers to international buyers. Here to talk about this further is founder and CEO, Linda Woodford.
Hi, my name is Linda Woodford and I'm the founder and CEO of AXIchain. AXIchain stands for Accessing the Supply Chain, and it's our mission to support small, medium enterprise in accessing international markets for export. AXIchain has designed, built, and delivered a digital end-to-end supply chain management system for export, specialising in the red meat industry and supported by a blockchain technology. When we started out on this journey 2.5 years ago, AXIchain wanted to improve 3 key areas in the commodity trade process. Number 1, if I'm a farmer and I'm standing in my paddock, how do I access trusted international trading partners? AXIchain wanted to deliver a digital trusted trading partner environment. Number 2, paperwork. In a beef commodity transaction, there's up to 20 documents. When you have a lot of paper, you have the opportunity for fraud and failure. AXIchain is digitising that paperwork process and digitising some of that paperwork. Number 3 is payment. In an international commodity transaction, using an instrument such as a letter of credit, there are up to 10 steps for banks. It's slow and it's costly, and often poor foreign exchange rates. So AXIchain wanted to deliver a real-time payment process that was transparent and easy to use. So these are our 3 key areas that AXIchain set out to improve upon for commodity trading and supporting small, medium enterprise with click-of-the-button type processes to achieve that. But because we're in the red meat industry, we realised we needed to have a traceability process that connects to the trade. So what we did is we've developed the most sophisticated traceability system in the country. AXIchain designed and delivered the mobile national vendor declaration into the market on the 1st of July last year. It's licensed by the MLA and the ICEE, and 100% supported by the biosecurity regulators and legislators in every state and territory. AXIchain's MNVD is the corner point for traceability in the red meat industry, bringing data from farm through the MNVD into the TransTrack process, into the abattoir, and then feeds into the AXIchain Smart Trader process for domestic and international trade. So I want to drill down now a little bit around the MNVD, the Mobile National Vendor Declaration, and what does it mean? So every time a farmer moves livestock in this country, that's from farm to farm, farm to sale yard, or farm to abattoir, they are required by law to fill in a document called the National Vendor Declaration. AXIchain has digitised that document and we've put it into an app. So the Mobile National Vendor Declaration. It's the most sophisticated product of its kind, and the farmer can create this document on his mobile phone in a paddock, actually with no signal. So we've created an online and offline version. We've also created a QR code system that accesses the traceability of the product as it moves onto the truck and onto its next destination, and GPS tracked. And that's the traceability part of it. What we discovered that was interesting around September last year, we were approached by a livestock lender, and they asked us if they could have access to our data. And that opened our eyes on an opportunity around livestock lending. So what typically happens in the current market, if the lender wants to view those cows, they typically have to get into their car and drive to the farm and count cows. With the AXIchain system, the data on the movement is accessible in real time. So it means that we can potentially have that data available for livestock lenders to reduce the risk of that loan book. And so we've researched how AXIchain can tap into some pools of funds in order to support livestock lending or facilitate the program ourselves. And this has actually shone the light on some ideas around how to lend funds to farmers all the way along the supply chain. And because AXIchain has delivered our livestock sales app, it is all connected through the smart contract. So with livestock lending, we can pool the funds in through, as the sale occurs through the Smart Trader app, the funds can be pulled back in through that process and utilising the data of the MMVD. So this is a really exciting opening for AXIchain, and we do believe it will be the oil for us in which to scale up rapidly. Currently, AXIchain has over 100 users of the MNVD product, and that gives us access currently to about $160 million worth of livestock, both sheep and cattle. And so based on those numbers, with the users that we have right now, that would give AXIchain about $1.8 million in revenue at a 50% rate of that loan book. So sticking with the fintech theme and moving on from the MNVD and livestock lending on the land base, as we move into the export process, which is actually where AXIchain's main aim initiated from, which was having a real-time, transparent, cross-border payment system connected to the trade and the asset itself and all the traceability all wrapped into one hub, but also then connecting the bill of lading and digitizing that bill of lading. And what that does is effectively replace the need for instruments such as the letter of credit, which house something like $2.3 trillion worth of trade globally. So this system that you see in the triangle essentially replaces that process, that traditional process. And then just finishing up, I want to talk a little bit about one of our partners, Wagyu Australia. Very excited to have joined late last year with Wagyu Australia. Wagyu Australia is the most prestigious breed society in the country, with more than 700 members and access to $2 billion worth of export. The main mandate for this alliance was to support small medium enterprise into export markets, and we can do that through the AXIchain mapping system, where we can digitally syndicate, in essence create little co-ops with some of the smaller members and push them into what we call the price cut matrix and out the other side into export. And just in finishing, AXIchain is looking for $1 million by way of a safe note at an EV of $12 million with a minimum investment of $50,000. We are looking for the right people to come on this journey with us to take AXIchain and its products around the globe. AXIchain is the global trading platform of the future today. I'd like to thank you for listening, and I'd like to thank Wholesale Investor for this opportunity to present.
Presenting now is Frazis Capital Partners, a fund that invests in leading growth companies around the world by conducting detailed research into highly innovative areas and identifying the industries driving global growth. Here to talk about this further is Managing Partner Michael Frazis.
Hi everyone, my name is Michael Frazis, and I'm going to talk to you briefly about our strategy at Frazis Capital Partners. First, a bit of background about me and the team. My background is actually in chemistry. I studied chemistry undergraduate at Oxford, did a Master's of Research there and went to London School of Economics. Worked in private equity for about 5 years before starting this firm. We invest long only in technology and the life sciences. We typically hold about 50 stocks, and we've generated some pretty significant outperformance against local indices, local total return indices, since inception. We're not kind of playing in small caps, we're in quite large companies. The median market cap's over 10 billion, and we generally focus almost entirely on ultra high growth companies that are really doing exciting things and really changing the world. And most importantly of all, show evidence of that. You know, real traction in the market, real traction where consumers are actually spending their dollars. Our strategy is basically to invest in companies with two characteristics. So that's true customer love and explosive growth. The reason we do that, it gives you the right answer as to which companies to buy. This framework allowed us to get into quite a few companies relatively early. We got fairly exceptional returns from a number of companies, and we've done it systematically using this framework. It sounds kind of oversimplified and basic, but it's extremely powerful, and I'll give you a couple of quick examples of that. The first one's Apple, or the first two are Apple and Tesla. So true love and explosive growth, those two principles identified the highest returning stocks in autos and smartphones. So rewind back to where the world was in 2009. Apple had just released the iPhone. There was intense competition from existing incumbents like Nokia and BlackBerry, and a host of new Asian competitors and other competitors around the world like Microsoft. But there was only one company where people were camping outside stores in tents just for the chance to get their hands on one of the first of however many 10,000 iPhones sold in the world. That's true customer love. Fast forward as to what happened over the next decade. There were years where the whole smartphone industry lost money apart from Apple. Apple was able to convert that customer love into a few $100s more per phone and generated vastly more profits, vastly more cash flow than the rest of the industry combined. The stock also added about $2 trillion of equity value, one of the largest increases of value over a 10-year period in history. Tesla's got something similar. Tesla had a similar dynamic in the sense that Elon Musk, love or hate him, could get up on a stage, present a new vehicle, and get hundreds of thousands of pre-orders. Now, everybody knows the stock price chart, but I like showing this one because it shows the increase in production. So in 2013, they had 22,000. They delivered 22,000 cars. 2020 it was 500,000. It'll be more in 2021. So the people who were short over this period were short a company that went up in size by over 20 times. What we're trying to do is create a portfolio of 50, 60 stocks that are growing just at this rate. And we basically want to own this profile rather than short it. Customer love sounds like something intangible, but one thing we noticed, we have 3 car companies. They all grew last year in an auto recession. The fact that customers love it and they have support from the customer base is, in our opinion, the best indication of quality. Most people think about balance sheet, quality of revenue, margins, all those kinds of things. What we really think is which companies are customers supporting. Start with the customer. That gets you the right answer as to which companies are going to perform best. And in fact, this was actually true across our portfolio. We returned 108% net last year. We've returned over 40% net since inception. We've done many multiples of what any market index has done. And that included a period of 2 bear markets. So I think the reason we performed so well is these companies perform so well is they typically hold net cash and they grow irrespective of macroeconomic conditions. The average man on the street doesn't really care or know if the market's up, down, or sideways. That's not really going to affect their purchasing decisions. Another aspect is about almost a third of the fund is in healthcare, digital sciences, life science, digital health, life sciences, and industries like that. Now, ultimately, our long-term goal is to 10 times our investors' capital on a net basis every 10 years. We're well on track to do that. But this means we must stay invested through the cycle. So that also helps us in the bear markets. When some of the most famous and respected investors, for example, were selling in March, we stayed steady, we stayed invested, and we reaped the benefits. We get this question a lot. A lot of these companies are growing exceptionally fast. We rarely buy anything that's not growing organically over 100%. So how can these companies both lose money and create so much value? There's a really good point. Basically, these companies are investing in human capital above the EBITDA line. They hire staff, they spend on R&D, they open new offices in new countries. These are all items that come out of cash flow, but they're investment. The other thing to point about these investments that are treated conventionally as expenses is the return on that is immensely, like orders of magnitude higher than a typical capital investment. So think about an automaker that has to build a new factory. They might get 10, 15, maybe 20% return on capital. Now think of opening a new office and hiring 10 brilliant young people to then sell an amazing software product to an entire new country. People will ding, professional cash flow focused investors will ding that company for spending that money on cash flow. And in fact, if you screen on earnings, cash flow, or book value, so income or asset value, if you screen on any of that, you're guaranteed to miss the best software companies, the best fintech companies, the best companies in, the life sciences, in basically all the areas that are growing the best and changing the world for the better. We have a case study on Xero, but I've been told that we have very little time here. But I think it's quite interesting. I'll just draw one little point. So between 2015 and 2016, Xero lost more money. And the reality is, if a customer signs up to Xero, they're paying $30 a month of very high margin software revenue into the future. That customer is worth a lot, but it's not reflected in the financials. Further, it's not reflected in the income statement. The only thing you'll see is the expense it took to get that customer. Furthermore, if you look at the balance sheet, you won't see anything at all. There's no line that says customer value. Think about what happened next between 2015 and 2016. Xero is one of the top performing stocks in the market in very challenging macroeconomic environment. Interesting thing about this is that this dynamic is extremely obvious to people who've run businesses. And most of our clients are business owners, entrepreneurs, and highly successful people. If you have one of these businesses, it's just so obvious that you should take the money that comes in and invest it, hire new staff, open a new office, grow. And this dynamic is actually common to all of our portfolio. This is some cohort analysis that Square shared in one of their recent updates. They spent $32 million on sales and marketing in Q1 2015. In the following, 5 years, they generate $172 million of gross profit. Now, what's the rational thing for Square to do here? It's actually to invest that. And then you have this is how you get these dynamics where companies seem to be losing money, and in some cases lose more money every year, and actually create a lot of value. Now, any sensible person, any owner of this, any insider, anybody who really understands software, fintech, perhaps even investing, would see this as a good thing. This is exactly what you should be doing. You should be investing, getting several multiples of that back over a few short years, investing that, doing it again. The fact these stocks have performed so well, Afterpay, Tesla, Netflix, has baffled so many professional investors who generally short these stocks. Retail investors were buying them, professional investors were shorting them, as you can see by the very high short interest. But this is completely irrational, what happened. Amazon's an example that we all know very well. Just make one quick point on valuation. So what would have happened if you paid the highest price for Shopify in 2015? You felt really stupid. You top-ticked the market. You paid the highest possible price. Your timing was off. You would have been rewarded, even though you paid the highest possible price that year, with an exceptional performance from Shopify. So what happened if you paid 60 times sales for Afterpay in, the end of 2017? That's extremely high by any standards. Again, you would have had one of the best performing stocks in the market. And then think 3-4 years ago, everyone had their money in their retirement assets in banks. And Afterpay looked risky. In fact, it was often the opposite. And this dynamic is really important. It's really important to be on the right side of these shifts. There's examples here on this chart. These companies, our company's growing at 100%. They're not doing so in a vacuum. Global GDP is basically flat. If they're growing at 100%, they're taking that market share from somewhere else. If you're not invested with us in the winners, your portfolio, necessarily must have the losers, because there's not that many companies growing at 100% plus, and we really aim to cover them all. That is probably as good. That's a very brief intro into what we do. There's a few takeaways. Look, there's a structural base for outperformance. Our companies are twice the size now than they were this time last year. Our fund has very little overlap with other tech strategies. We don't hold FANG. It's all kind of next generation, super fast growing companies. We all seem to have very little overlap with some of the other major tech funds. I'm happy to share that analysis if you'd like to see it. We've just come out of 2 bear markets with exceptionally high returns in a long-only fund. And truly, we have 50 large cap winners. These are taking revenues and market value from others. And, if you think about what mattered in 2020, was staying invested and then how much exposure you had to companies of the future, to technology companies. That was actually the case of the last decade. We think it'll be the case this year. We also think it'll be the case over the next decade, in fact, our whole lifetimes. So our fund is like specifically focused on those companies and those companies only. I hope you found that interesting.
Presenting now is Incomlend, an award-winning global trade finance fintech platform merging cross-border factoring and supply chain finance solutions to companies worldwide with insured, uncorrelated private credit opportunities. Here to talk about this further is CEO Morgan Tarigi.
Hello, my name is Morgan Tarigi, co-founder and CEO of Incomlend. Incomlend is a cross-border receivables financing platform. We're a fintech based in Singapore. We've been around and in operations for over 5 years now, since early 2016. We have roughly 40 people worldwide, and we are looking currently at a growing level of opportunities on the platform. In this post-COVID situation, where banks are pulling the plug massively, a lot of companies still having transactions are looking for financing. We are looking at receivables on the platform that are all credit insured and yielding 5 to 7% net annualized for the investors. So Incomlend is all about connecting cash, and how do we do it on Incomlend? Let me walk you through the process and explain to you how you can step into Incomlend to finance receivables. Incomlend revolves around 6 core concepts. We look at receivables that are based on cross-border transactions, goods going from one country to another, from China to Europe. That would be a cross-border transaction. Post-shipment, we want to make sure that whatever is financed is actually related to goods that have been shipped. And also, post-shipment means we get the full shipping documents and third-party documents to enable us to check. Non-recourse, it's all balance sheet for the exporter. It means that fundamentally the recourse is on the debtor, the importer, that traditionally has a stronger balance sheet. If we say recourse on the debtor, we obviously need something to protect your investments, which is a credit insurance. 100%, all the trades are credit insured. 100% of the investment is credit insured by top tier credit insurances, AA- credit insured, and everything is disclosed. This is the 5th concept. We work on a fully transparent basis. You have a credit insurance to protect your investment. If in the event that the receivables are not repaid, we turn to the credit insurance to protect your investment. That being said, to mitigate the risk of a fraud or a dispute, we go for a disclosure to make sure that the buyers, as the importers, are on board with the transactions, and that the receivables that are financed are linked to an order that they actually placed. Centralized payment. We don't want to chase the exporters for the money. We request for the money to be centralized onto the platform. We're automatically at repayment. We process the repayment and pay you back your investment. So how can you step onto the platform? We have 2 different vehicles meant to protect your funds, your investment. The first one is you decide to go directly onto the platform. You pick and choose the receivables. And we protect your money and your investments. The assets are held on an SPV, which is a trust setup, which is bankruptcy remote. Incomlend, forbid it, could disappear. Your investment is still safe. So by going directly onto the platform, it's free of charge. You can pick and choose the receivables you want and build your own portfolio. This is a flexible way of, instead of going onto and building your own fund, you go on a vehicle that's already set up. You choose the entire receivable, a portion of the receivable, your decision. The second, for people that are less hands-on, you can step onto our fund, dedicated fund, which is a Luxembourg SICAV right, where specialized fund managers that are experienced in receivables financing will build a strategy to step onto the platform and buy receivables and give you a yield. These are the 2 vehicles through which you can invest onto Incomlend. So what is this receivable asset class? It's an alternative asset class. It's linked to the real economy. Those are very simple transactions to understand. It's not a bundling of receivables. It's a single receivable, currently on average on the platform yielding a net annualized return of 5 to 7%, which is when you compare it to an ETF, slightly above that what you would be getting. It's highly liquid. The average tenor is 90 to 100 days. We go from 30 to 100 days. So very quickly you get returns. And should you need to, you can step out of the platform, get your money back. It's very flexible. It's uncorrelated with financial markets, which is something that's very essential in the current situation. And therefore, it's less volatile. So this is the class of asset that we're looking at on Incomlend. How do we mitigate the risk? We look at credit insurance, and the credit insurance is there to help us on the debtor credit risk. We also do our own in-house assessment where we have our own credit analysts to check what is the coverage that we're comfortable with. The second aspect is the operational risk. The debtor is one thing, but we need to understand the relationship between the importer and the exporter. We look at Incoterms, we look at the contracts, we look at various aspects and the risks that are linked to the goods that are being traded. Some goods are more risky than others, and this is something that is reflected in the pricing and the returns. We have financed since the beginning transactions that are linked to well over 50 countries worldwide. The Incomlend strategy enables you to build a portfolio of very diversified receivables. Different commodities. We are agnostic to any type of goods. We do on the platform packaging material, cosmetic, IT, various types of commodities, a very diversified pool of goods. And we look at different countries as well. Our corridors are mainly going from Asia to Europe and North America, but we also have intra-Asia corridors, buying receivables from India, from China, Southeast Asia, Australia, Bangladesh, and sometimes Europe. We've been active for over 5 years. This has enabled us last year to do our Series A, Series B fundraising round of $20 million with lead institutional investors, Sequoia Capital, also CMA CGM, which is the fourth largest carrier in the world, has stepped into Incomlend as a shareholder, and we also have GTR Ventures, a lead trade finance, marketing, and advanced fund, and also specialize in reviews and these events. Recently, last month, we welcomed EDBI's investment. EDBI, as some of you may know, is one of the leading funds of the Singapore government, showing the interest that the government has into the Incomlend strategy. So, last but not least, we've been around for some time. We have been awarded the French Chamber of Commerce in Singapore as the best startup of the 2017 year. 2018, we were awarded one of the 20 hottest startups in Singapore. And in 2020, last year, we were awarded the best Fintech startup. We welcome you on Incomlend. If you have any question, please feel free.
Presenting now is deoblockchain, a new generation disruptive brand delivering a first-in-its-kind supply chain solution to an industry-wide problem, missing data. Here to talk further is CEO Shaj Narayanan.
Hello and welcome to this presentation. The world of supply chain is complex and costly to operate. But it's costly and complex because the amount of data and information that's missing today. We of deoblockchain have found that solution. My name is Shaj, and I'm one of the founders of deoblockchain. We've been focused on one purpose: to design, build, and implement a solution for supply chain. And we're confident it's going to make a big difference to the industry. We've come together, experts in supply chain and emerging technology, to get this done. And as we've traveled this journey, we're fortunate enough to collect some amazing people to support us. Our advisory board are great examples. They guide and integrate deeply into the team. This presentation is going to show you the fruits of that labor. What are the pain points in the industry? How do we solve it? And what will be the impact when we get there? Supply chain has numerous problems, and it cannot be sustained for a lot longer. We have known issues with legacy systems being used today. It doesn't provide enough transparency by far, which further complicates the fragmentation that's already in the industry. And it's not stopping anytime soon. The proliferation of the volume of data is multiplying, and that's further compounding how we use this data for insight and answers and decisions every single day. See the recent pandemic. It clearly showed the value of collaboration in supply chain and how critical receiving data and information in a timely manner is. So why has this not been solved up to now? Well, imagine 4 or 5 companies with different systems, different processes, varying capabilities, trying to work together and share information. It's not going to be easy or straightforward. Supply chain is dominated today by scan data, which really can only capture limited information. And that's what gets transferred from player to player. And those days are numbered with the emergence of what we call a robust digital data platform coming on board. The solution begins with a simple challenge. Find the missing data for companies in their supply chain. What do they need? How do they need it? And from whom do they need it? In achieving this, we start to do something great for the community, for the company, and for the industry, making your supply chain just a whole lot simpler. So, how does the solution work? The answer, of course, is being able to capture that missing data, but at a product level, at any point in the supply chain and by any person. Information needs to be readily available to share with your supply chain partners. You need confidence that no one can tamper with the data. And that's what we've done. It's not easy to build. Our multi-layered platform has application levels and customized blockchain components. There's a digital control center at the heart of it, of which it's a virtual decision center that provides real-time, end-to-end visibility into your supply chain. That's critical. This allows teams at the front line to quickly correct issues before they become actual problems. Companies are quickly starting to embrace this idea. Our platform has been that purposely designed for this concept. It may feel like one small step in the process, but it's a giant leap for industry. The ability to make critical, informed decisions is going to save money, it's going to improve safety, and it's going to enhance performance. That's the trifecta. Our unique value is not singular. The solution has a provisional patent filed. It's been built by supply chain people for supply chain people. Blockchain technology is new, and we are positioned to drive and lead this change. And the way it's been designed means it's easy to implement, quick to integrate, and simple to operate. Our formula for winning is solid. With this unique technology, the right expertise and the right solution, and it's what industry needs right now at this time. In a very short time, our engagement and interest have grown rapidly. We've completed several successful pilots. We've signed an MOU with the wine industry suppliers of Australia to strategically work together. And we have a number of really important ongoing decisions with large enterprises to look at their supply base and see how we can make a difference for them. The trend is clear. 65% of supply chain managers state that having effective information flows will be their competitive advantage. So why are we such a good investment? We've invested in our business to build a long-term viable and sustainable solution. We've studied and researched the industry, and we understand the critical needs. We've engaged brands to pilot and validate our point of difference. And we've designed and built a business and a platform using next generation technology. We continue to invest in ourselves and the business. We're an invited member for the Australian Government's National Blockchain Roadmap Steering Committee for Supply Chain. We've established an advisory board to accelerate our growth. And we're invited speakers on various blockchain and supply chain events to talk about where the future is going. This is a great opportunity. So come and join us on this journey. We're at an exciting stage that's critical, and with the right help, we can do something really special. Our next phase is important. We have to set up the infrastructure, optimize the platform, and really look for the next stages and phases of development. Supply chain is undergoing a significant transformation right now. It just needs the right team, the right technology to lead and guide this change into the future. Thank you for your time, and please reach out and contact us through the CRISP forum or email us directly. Thank you.
Presenting now is Trabr, who has developed a proprietary algorithm-based SaaS market network enabling mobile and real-time project collaboration, communication, coordination, and control. Here to talk about this further is founder and CEO, Tony Huxley.
Hi, I'm Tony Huxley. I'm the founder and CEO of Trabr Limited. Trabr is the renovating and building revolution. And when I say revolution, all our research tells me that by the year 2023, the building sector across the world will be worth about $18.5 trillion per annum. 90% of that sector is what we call SMEs, or small to medium enterprises. And yet, all the innovation, all the disruption, all the technology that exists in the construction sector are all about the enterprise end of the business. Well, the funny thing is that when 90% of the industry are SMEs, we think the majority of the industry has been ignored. We're catering to that. So what Trabr is, it's a market network. A market network that comprises three key things: a suite of workflow tools, a marketplace, and a network. Those workflow tools, let's call them apps or SaaS tools. Essentially, they're mobile first, they're cloud-based, they are disruptive. They enable the vast majority of builders and all their teams, their clients, right across the globe to be able to manage projects remotely, to have visibility and awareness of what's going on from any project, any point of time, any given day, be able to communicate all that with your client, have complete visibility and awareness for them, mitigate risk, enablement, disruption. That's what SME builders need. So we're building apps that respond to those needs. In Australia alone, 360,000 SME construction businesses. Globally, millions. But that's not to ignore consumers. So for example, in Australia, those SME builders build 200,000 plus homes every year. Not to ignore commercial properties, industrial properties, landscaping, interiors, retail fit outs, all of the above. But homes principally is a huge driver of this part of the business. But in addition to that, home renovators and owner builders. 2 million people renovate a home every year in this country. Most of them dive in head first because they've seen something on Instagram or television and got motivated to do it. They've got a dream in their head, they want to bring it to life. They dive in with equity, some cash, maybe some borrowings from the bank. Invariably, not any real clue of what they're doing or how to go about it and how to bring it to life. Their budgets get blown out, their timelines get shot to pieces, their relationships fall apart. The friction points and pain points are endless. Not only that, with these SaaS tools with which we wed ourselves into the lives of builders, owner renovators, tradespeople, subcontractors, first in Australia and across the planet. But we're integrating that with a marketplace and a network so that not only will we become an inextricable part of the lives of people within the building ecosystem, the built environment across the world, but then all of a sudden they'll be able to buy everything that they need for any project through the app. We're creating an entire ecosystem around building. We're not trying to track materials. We're not trying to deal with robotics. We're dealing with the day-to-day technology needs that consumers have, and those consumers are builders, owner-builders, renovators and trades. They all have a smartphone. They all live on them 2 to 2.5 hours a day. We're a driver to productivity. It's transformative what we're doing. We're bringing that to life here in Australia first. We've literally turned on our first 2 apps for builders and for consumers literally just late last December 2020. Our trades tool we turn on in March 2021. We've already got more than 1,200 users here in Australia. We'll shortly also be turning on in New Zealand and other markets internationally. And we'll be driving subscription revenue from those SaaS tools and then revenue from our marketplace and network as well. Trabr is transformative. We've pulled together a team here in Australia, developing the technology which is proprietary right here in Australia. We've formed a small but by any measure globally highly respected world standard advisory board. We've secured the former head of engineering from Hipages as our CTO. The former CEO of Metcash is on our board. We're doing this properly. We're an unlisted public company. We raised $2 million in early stage angel level seed funding, and we're raising another $2 million now for a 10% stake in the company for what we call seed stage 2. And we have every intention of pursuing Series A probably at the end of calendar 2021, if we maintain the trajectory we're on, and we intend to. I appreciate you joining me here today. I look forward to exploring Trabr with you and look forward to your participation and involvement in the future.
Presenting now is Roadrunner, who are uniquely placed to take advantage of market conditions and become a major player in the Australian tyre market, leveraging their mobile tyre fitting service. Here to talk further about this is co-founders Steve McCarthy and John Shem.
The Australian tyre market in 2020 is worth $5 billion. Every vehicle on the road needs them, but when something goes wrong, tyres can become a big headache.
We see there's more and more need for a mobile service as a result of the changing environment we're all living in.
We're introducing innovative new technology and a smart, disruptive business model to make people's lives easier. We thought there was a real opportunity for us to actually deliver the service to their home or to their work, which takes all of the pressure of having to actually go into a foreign environment like a tyre shop and spend an hour or 2 hours waiting for your work to be done. It's also a major economic benefit because the cost of running a range of tyre shops in major markets is very expensive. The rent, the bricks and mortar costs associated with that. So running mobile vans is a much more economical opportunity. Roadrunner Mobile Tyres, we've been in business now for 8 years. We have in that time serviced over 44,000 customers. We're a mobile tyre service. We're on the road 7 days a week. We fit tyres, we supply tyres. We do wheel balancing. We also do wheel alignments on site and we do on-site puncture repairs. Basically everything that a tyre shop does is done by Roadrunner Mobile Tyres, but we do it at the comfort and the convenience of the customer's home or work. We understand clearly that the issue of getting your tyres changed and tyres fitted is not something that people get very excited about. We manage that by managing things like the time that we arrive. We very much focus on telling our customers that if we're going to be there at 10 o'clock, we'll be there at 10 o'clock. We run with higher margins, primarily because we're not paying the rent on a whole range of tyre shops around major metropolitan areas. We are able to run a lower cost model by having vans on the road, and those vans being on the road 7 days a week and servicing customers directly at home or at work. So it creates a real margin benefit for our business, and that business opportunity for us is something we're looking to grow going forward with the hub and spoke model.
We've had all the major fleet companies come on board, and we are now an approved service provider to the guys like Oryx, Fleet Partners, SG Fleet. They've got over 80,000 vehicles in their portfolio. So for all those big fleet companies to credit us as one of their approved service providers, it's a huge achievement.
Roadrunner Mobile Tyres has identified the opportunity to introduce what it calls the hub and spoke model of tyre servicing to the Australian market, scaling the company nationally with an innovative and disruptive business model. That is where a number of mobile tyre service vans are supported by a single distribution centre that stores bulk quantities of tyres and acts as a home base. The vans then go out from this base and conduct tyre servicing through a large area. This way of operating means Roadrunner can operate in a major city or region with just one retail store and distribution centre, the hub, supporting a vast number of mobile units, the spokes. This allows Roadrunner Mobile Tyres to keep costs low while increasing the quality and range of service we provide. In the UK, a mobile tyre service company called QuickFit has been successfully operating for many years. It was famously sold to Ford for £1 billion in 1999. QuickFit has embraced the hub and spoke model of operation, and now Roadrunner Mobile Tyres wants to evolve its operations to embrace the hub and spoke model.
What we'd like to do with the money we're raising through this crowdfunding is to buy the stores, the physical location of a tyre shop to generate our hub model. We've already got a site that we've identified in Sydney. We've got a site identified in Brisbane, as well as a site in Melbourne. So we'd like to use the money to buy the 3 stores and also expand into areas that we're not currently operating, such as Perth, Adelaide, Canberra, Gold Coast, and so forth. So the money will actually help us realise a national plan in rolling out not only mobile, but the hub and spoke model in key locations.
To achieve this, we are looking to raise $2 million and increase our shareholder base to over 4,000. There is also a tiered award program available to each investor who comes on board. This rewards investors with service discounts at Roadrunner Mobile Tyres as a thank you for your support.
In order for us to execute the hub and spoke model, we are seeking to raise $2 million under this offer. We have on board 3 key people with extensive network and connection within the big corporate market, as well as an extensive knowledge and experience around the retail market. Having Lionel Lee on board as both an investor and advisor is key to our success in terms of rolling our hub and spoke model. We believe this board can execute with confidence in terms of delivering the hub and spoke model we are seeking to roll out. We are now into our 8th year of operation. We've got the platform in place in terms of our relationship with key brands, with key fleet organisations, key online players, as well as having now cemented how our mobile tyre business should operate. We are now ready for the next stage of growth, which is to roll out the hub and spoke model, which is a proven model overseas. We're excited that raising the $2 million will help us become the first hub and spoke model and be one of the truly defining mobile tyre service in Australia. We're really excited about the opportunity we've got to roll out the hub and spoke model for all Australians to have a totally different experience in terms of how they get their tyres changed. So come and join us using the Brillo platform, using the QR code.
Presenting now is ICEE Group, who are using fresh thinking to create technology that can be licensed to major global manufacturers. Their globally patented folding box revolutionises traditional polystyrene boxes by saving up to 65% in storage and transport. Here to talk further about this is CEO Hamish Hingston.
Hello and welcome everybody. I'm the CEO of the ICEE Group. We are a Melbourne-based pre-revenue company planning to launch our pre-Series A capital raise in March. At ICEE, we use particle foams such as expanded polystyrene or EPS to create disruptive products that save space, lower environmental impacts and keep perishables safe during transit. In essence, we're in the business of keeping things cold using innovative packaging. Once these products are developed, large manufacturers all over the world are contracted to make them under license, and together we sell them into the multi-billion-dollar global insulated packaging market. The insulated packaging market is in the process of rapid expansion, and the result of this will be a doubling of the market in the next 7 years. With many new companies entering the perishable space, there is a rising tide against traditional rigid solutions, such as EPS boxes, which currently hold 22% market share globally. They are expensive to store and transport, have a low perceived value, and are also not keeping up with the social movement towards a circular economy. Our solution was to take EPS, which many within the 50-year-old industry thought was unfoldable, and create the world's first patented hinges. This innovation has allowed us to manufacture foldable insulated boxes using EPS for the first time. As you can see, the result is a new packaging solution that maintains all of the benefits of EPS, such as its market-leading balance of high-performance insulation and price point, and make it efficient for transport and storage, as well as increase brand value for the users, making it easier to return and recycle. Not only did we invent the product, we also had to develop a patented process that allows us to manufacture the new fold flat boxes at the same rate as a traditional solution and on thousands of existing machines globally. Last year, we ran a small local market validation study here in Melbourne, selling thousands of boxes to a modest value of approximately 70,000 Australian dollars. The small study proved that customers delivering perishables not only wanted this product, but many needed it because they simply did not have enough space to store rigid boxes. Some of the biggest manufacturers and suppliers of EPS boxes in the world believe in the innovation of product and process. We have secured licensing contracts in the USA, Japan, Korea, and Italy. To give an idea of the scale of these partners, our Japanese licensee Toho has 15 factories across Japan with over 200 machines that are capable of manufacturing our product. Through 2019 and 2020, all of our partners invested in their first molds, and we have now manufactured products in 5 countries. The next step is to go to market and secure the first cornerstone accounts in these major markets. With COVID-19 hitting in early 2020 and international travel largely stopped, we took the opportunity to develop reusable and compostable products which are in line with the global movement towards sustainability and a circular economy. So we have our next evolution reusable range. Our bouncy boxes, which are intended to launch this year, maintain all of the benefits of our original solution, but are dramatically more durable. Evidence to their durability is given by the fact that they're made from the same material as the inside of many car bumper bars. They are highly suited for transporting perishables in both commercial applications, such as grocery delivery, and also in retail applications as a cost-effective fold flat esky. And lastly, we have our Peter Award-winning Eco6 products that are made from a bio-based and compostable bioplastic foam. This bio-based foam has the same insulating and cushioning properties of EPS and is applicable to a wider range of commercial and retail products, such as compostable folding boxes for perishables and beans for beanbag filling. We expect to commercially launch this next evolution product line in FY23, and we believe due to its ability to modernise the particle foam industry, we will significantly expand our long-term potential and upside. To be able to successfully leverage large manufacturers and complete licensing contracts, it is imperative that we have patent protection in all of the major markets for our product. As such, we have invested heavily to secure our IP with 4 patents on the product and manufacturing process in a broad range of countries. After filtering down the total market to what can be reached by our business model, we land on a serviceable available market, or SAM, of $7.5 billion USD. Allowing for molds to be built and our ability to service the global market, we can see that we have a serviceable obtainable market from approximately 35 million in global sales in FY24 to approximately 150 million in FY26. Our typical licensing deals are based around a royalty paid at 5% of the manufacturer's sales price. We believe this is the ideal revenue model to start with, but as we move through the commercialisation path, we have built significant sales in a specific region. We believe that we'll be in a strong negotiating position to demand higher royalties from further new manufacturing partners. Our next objective is to cross the bridge from startup to scale up by building a diverse revenue stream. To meet our objectives, we are focusing all of our capital from this funding round on building the ICEE box sales with our licensed partner in the USA and launching our bouncy range in Australia. We'll also be focusing our approach into the highest potential market segments, which include perishable delivery and pharmaceuticals with our ICEE box, and grocery delivery and retail coolers with our bouncy boxes. Our team started with Gary Skinner and his brother Les, who ran their own large picture frame manufacturing business that utilised EPS to safely transport glass. Michael McDonald, a highly experienced legal professional, joined Gary in the early stages and laid the foundations of our business model and intellectual property portfolio. I come from a mechanical engineering background, and I also joined the company in the initial stages. Together, we developed the patented products, technology, and licensing deals that I've covered today. More recently, to prepare for the commercialisation stage of the business, we've added Paul Gardner, former chairman of Grey Global Group and the Melbourne Football Club, as well as Derek Young, former CEO of Accenture Australia. Late last year, Peter Bruce from North America joined us and brings a vast experience from the packaging industry, having led Amcor Flexibles business as president of Europe and Americas from 2010 to 2015. In total, we have a board that is vastly experienced in all the relevant areas of the business. In March, we are launching our pre-Series A capital raise with a full pitch deck to be made available in the next week, and expressions of interest open now. Please get in touch through the platform or via my email, and I look forward to speaking with you further about the business and the opportunity. Thank you for your time today.
Presenting now is Catapolt. Catapult's mission is to transform home ownership through co-investing alongside the existing savings of prospective home buyers to bridge the 20% deposit required. Here to talk further is CEO John Atala and CIO Stephen Mancy.
My name is John Atala, and I am the CEO and co-founder of Catapolt. I am responsible for executing Catapult's strategy and leading product and operations. I have over 20 years of banking and wealth management experience, having led some of Australia's largest business and technology transformations.
My name is Stephen Mancy, and I am the Chief Investment Officer and co-founder of Catapolt. I am responsible for the day-to-day fund operations, have oversight of fund performance and investor relations. I have 10 years of corporate banking and private equity experience, deploying over $1 billion in capital.
Catapult's mission is to transform home ownership. Saving up for a sufficient deposit is the biggest obstacle facing home buyers. We solve this problem by co-investing alongside their existing savings to provide the required home deposit for their property purchase. In exchange, we share in the future change in property value when the home is either sold or refinanced. For home buyers, this means no ongoing debt and no regular repayments.
Catapult's investment management platform provides investors with exposure to a diversified residential real estate portfolio as an asset class. The Australian property market is worth $5.2 trillion and is growing at a rate of 6.8% per annum over the past 25 years. According to CoreLogic, home ownership rates among Australians has reached record lows of 36.8%. It takes up to 11 years to save for a 20% deposit in Australia. Property price to income ratio has increased from 3.6 times in the year 2000 to 8.5 times today. With limited deposit alternatives in the market, home buyers are worse off.
Catapult makes it possible for home buyers to buy their dream home now. The Catapult deposit contribution provides up to 15% of the purchase price in exchange for a share of the property's future change in value. We are partnering with some of Australia's leading lenders to provide the remaining mortgage, ensuring a seamless home buying experience. For home buyers, a stronger deposit increases your purchasing power, reduces your monthly mortgage repayments, and helps to avoid expensive lender's mortgage insurance and the risks associated with guarantees from parents or family members. For our lending partners, Catapult creates new mortgage loan growth opportunity and capital relief, helping to de-risk their loan books by providing a maximum 80% loan-to-value mortgage.
According to Genworth's 2019 annual report, the market potential for Catapult is substantial and growing. In 2018, there were 110,000 first home buyers, with 78% relying on alternate methods to bridge the deposit requirement in Australia alone. This target market represents Catapolt with a total revenue opportunity in excess of $13.8 billion per annum.
Built from the ground up, the Catapolt platform offers diversification through a number of innovative lending and payment solutions planned on our roadmap. Our technology lending platform is scalable and digitally deployable. With the right investment partner, we can quickly expand internationally and secure global market share.
Housing affordability is not a problem that's only limited to the Australian market, with house prices exceeding 12.6 times the average salary in Vancouver, 9.1 times in San Francisco, 8.5 times in London, and a staggering 19.4 times in Hong Kong.
Catapolt has successfully achieved regulatory approval from the Australian Securities and Investment Commission and obtained the required licensing to launch. We have partnered with a leading Australian lender to distribute the Catapolt deposit contribution alongside their existing mortgage products and are in discussions with 4 other major Australian banks. We forecast to deploy more than $350 million within 12 months.
With distribution partnerships in place with 3 major mortgage aggregators, Catapolt has the ability to reach consumers across more than 4,000 certified brokers in Australia who require our solution to grow their customer base.
Catapolt is offering investors an opportunity to be part of a unique platform that will transform the way we purchase property in Australia. We have developed an ecosystem of partnerships with Australia's leading lenders and mortgage aggregators designed to scale both locally and globally. Catapolt is currently in due diligence with onshore and offshore institutional investors to raise a fund targeting over $450 million in commitments. And having assembled a high-quality management and advisory team, our team brings proven success in banking, technology, and entrepreneurial businesses.
Our investment management capability provides fund investors with access to a diversified residential real estate portfolio targeting a net IRR of 12 to 15% per annum. And in a COVID-19 environment, a market opportunity that allows fund investors to further capitalise on the Australian property market.
Catapolt is seeking to raise $2 million in exchange for 10% of ordinary shares in the company. Proceeds of the investment will go towards operationalising the fund's management and lending capability, the technology build-out, and integration with our partner lenders and broker distribution network.
Catapolt is currently in due diligence with a number of institutional limited partners and cornerstone fund investors to establish a long-term funding partnership. To support the first phase of our launch, Catapolt is seeking to raise $5 million into the Catapolt Fund to make up to 100 co-investments under our pilot program. Catapolt is excited to transform home ownership.
We make it possible for home buyers in Australia and globally to own their dream home now.
Presenting now is LightningFlow, a patent-pending trademark solution that offers the world's most advanced, most flexible, and most powerful data application and network edge computing optimization platform that increases connectivity speeds by up to 9 times for end users and organizations. Here to talk about this further is CEO Ru Visser.
G'day everyone, welcome to this presentation on LightningFlow. LightningFlow is a solution created by the Migration Company, which is one of my entities that I founded. And we've been working very hard over the last 3 years to bring a product to market that can accelerate data application and infrastructure migrations. And whilst endeavoring on this quest, we actually found that this product has a wider use case. So we've wrapped this product up into a solution. Just to give you some context, when we first built the first version, it was in a 12-year rack. we've condensed that down into a single unit, which can be deployed, obviously, 2 units for HA. But we're very proud of the work that we've done on LightningFlow, and we're very pleased to present that to you today. So what is the challenge that LightningFlow solves? Well, the primary use case, and really where the solution was pioneered out of, is around solving the the network issues around internet connectivity. So think of a remote location, a branch office, all the scenarios where you have a high data throughput and a very low bandwidth, or a very low bandwidth internet connection. So we'll talk a little bit more about the use cases later, but really, when we looked at this problem, we started to understand that data growth is growing at a compound growth rate of 61%, and bandwidth growth rate, which is the speed that our internet connections are increasing, are only growing at a 50% growth rate, non-compounding. So we're ending up with this disparity between amount of data that we need to push through our internet connections and the performance gains that we are getting in our internet connections. And this is really where LightningFlow was born. And just straight off the bat, what you can see here in some of our testing of LightningFlow is a 98% reduction in data going through your WAN connection, so your internet connection. We've done a whole range of tests, and we're getting between 70 and 98%, as you can see on the screen, on different workloads and different scenarios and different environments, and on different protocols. But overall, the solution is very, very robust, and it gives you really, really good gains. So ultimately, increasing your internet connection by between 7 and 9 times. So the solution really is different from anything else on the market. It has what we call heterogeneous connectivity, which means any source to any destination. And it's a non-intrusive, zero impact implementation. So we actually have some technology in the box that has a patented solution that allows us to intercept data from your applications without making any configuration changes, and connecting from any source to any destination. So if you're using AWS, Azure, GCP, SaaS applications, we can bring that acceleration to those different platforms. So we have a couple of demo videos in the presentation here that you can look at. One of them is looking at video optimization. The other one's looking at file transfer optimization. Those are just a couple of the examples of how LightningFlow can increase your network performance. So the benefits of the world, we're looking at how this can have a global impact, of course, and we're looking at sustaining your internet connectivity and your network connectivity as the demand for data increases exponentially. So enabling opportunities for remote working, remote learning, and we'll delve a little bit more into the use cases a little bit later. Helping customers reduce their costs, especially as cloud becomes more prominent. You'll be aware that there are degress and egress charges into the cloud. There's costs associated to cloud computing, and by bringing that capability to your network edge with LightningFlow and running the optimization and some compute processing on the edge, we can have a significant reduce in your IT costs across the board. And also bringing more stable and fairer access to regional and remote and developing economies. So a couple of use cases here. I'm not going to delve into every one of them, but you can obviously access this presentation deck. But I'm going to pick out one that's very relevant at the moment, which is around universities and their students being able to access learning from remote locations. With COVID kicking in, we have a lot of international students all around the world who can't go back to their university campuses. A lot of them are dialing in from countries like India or remote places in Africa or Asia or South America, and typically areas that potentially don't have very good internet connection. So the universities here in Australia, where we are from, where LightningFlow has been pioneered, are jumping at the solution to enable a better learning experience for their students overseas and from home here locally, where they may have degraded internet capability. So the market for LightningFlow, it addresses four key markets, and namely the global broadband service market, which is worth about $647 billion by 2027 and is growing at a 9% growth rate. The global SD-WAN market, SD-WAN is on the tip of everyone's tongue, and that is projected to grow to $8.4 billion by 2025 and has an annual growth rate of 34.5%, massive growth industry. The global data storage market, we all know data is growing exponentially. That's set to grow at astonishing amounts at a compound annual growth rate of 7.1%. And then finally, the global edge computing market, which is where the sweet spot for LightningFlow is set to grow from $3.6 billion to $15 billion by 2025 at a compound annual growth rate of 34%. Not many industries at the moment with COVID that are growing at a great rate like this. So I truly believe this is an investment not to miss. So just quickly how LightningFlow works, it's point-to-point optimization. So in your data center or in your cloud, you'll have a LightningFlow unit or a number of LightningFlow units, depending on your size. For your end users, you'll have the PC of a desktop app. And for remote locations or branch locations, you'll have a LightningFlow unit, and that will optimize the traffic across your entire landscape. We have had a launch event in November last year, and through that launch event, we've generated a huge amount of interest from some very notable names. So just a timeline for growth. We've just received our first seed investments from a very notable and respectable industry peer, one of the industry greats in the technology industry. So that's hopefully going to open up the doors for our current round of investment, which will help us take this product to the global stage. So who am I? My name's Roo. So who am I? Founder and CEO of the Migration Company. Founder and CEO of the Migration Product of the Migration Company. LightningFlow is a product of the Migration Company. Entity is to extend product company. Entity. And I also am the founder and CEO of the Good Stack, which is a financial operations consultancy company.
Presenting now is Living Image Media, an exciting new business with a first-to-market digital advertising mirror format that offers advertisers a brand new, high-end advertising channel within retail shopping centres. Here to talk further about this opportunity is Steve McCarthy.
Thanks. My name is Steve McCarthy. I am a director and founder of Living Image Media. Living Image Media is a brand new digital media business which has an innovative form of advertising targeting the environment of advertisers, an uncomplicated and uninterrupted opportunity to speak to their target market. We believe we have a story that shines, and that's part of the attraction of Living Image Media as a brand new player in the digital out-of-home market in Australia. Let's start with our story. The story is to be able to break through the noise, to break through the confusion, and to break through the enormous amount of clutter in our lives with an advertising message that is targeted, that is discreet, and that is very much specific to the customer and the customer's recent experiences. So our story is one of how do we cut through the noise. Other locations further down the track to provide advertisers with a compelling way of presenting their brand to a market in a way that allows them to tell a story. That story then leads to sales. So imagine a space where you get to broadcast your content, in particular your social content, to a market that is basically looking directly at your advertising content. The screen that we are talking about and the screens that we are installing are digital advertising screens, but they originally start out as mirrors. So the mirror product is in fact in front of the customer as they are standing in front of the product. As they walk away, the screen becomes a complete digital advertising screen. And that advertising screen can't be missed, can't be turned off, and can't be avoided. How it works, we have a stylish mirror that catches the eye as customers walk into a restroom. The important thing to understand is that we're looking at shopping centre restrooms, a space which has, in recent years, had an enormous amount of investment from the shopping centre owners and developers, as they have realised that the biggest challenge they have is basically realise that there is real value in going to a shopping centre versus just using their phone or using their computer. As I mentioned before, as people approach the advertising screen, the screen minimises and the advertising content moves to the top left of the screen, and what you are then faced with is an advertising screen at the top left and a mirror where customers can look at themselves and make sure that they have got themselves ready for the next part of their journey. One of the key elements of the advertising screen is that it's full digital, but it also provides audio capabilities. So we are able to provide advertisers with the opportunity to promote their product using audio, so that we actually can provide more than just a digital advertising screen, but a digital advertising screen that also plays audio, which allows advertisers to tie in with their social media campaigns ability to gender specify the advertising. So as you're walking through a shopping centre currently, the advertising that's playing doesn't know if you're a male or a female, doesn't know if you're a parent. With our advertising located in males, females and parents' rooms, the opportunity is there for the advertiser to segment the market and very much highlight kind of the particular advertising demographic that they're looking for. What we're really looking to do is kind of give people an opportunity to use the digital advertising media of living image media to tell stories. Because the more you tell a story, the more you trigger emotion, as well as big screen digital storytelling on the path to purchase. So you're in a shopping centre already, you're there for a reason, and your ability to actually connect with the brands, take the brands from there into your shopping experience is a greater one. We get a deeper connection. People are emotionally connected when they are in an environment where they are looking at themselves in the mirror, where they are seeing digital storytelling. Importantly, to understand here, we are only in the washroom component of restrooms. So we are not anywhere near the cubicles. We are nowhere near, if you like, the business end of the washroom. We're at the end where people are getting themselves ready to re-enter into the shopping centre experience, and that allows us to provide a very clean, very neat, and very discreet message back to the consumers in the shopping centres. Our results to date speak for themselves. We've been able to have very strong kind of feedback out of customers who've seen the advertising that provides them with advertising messages that are appropriate for them, that are targeted to them, and which allow them to truly maximise their shopping experience. At the end of the day, kind of, we've been able to work with advertisers to generate substantial sales, and that kind of has been a very positive part of the process so far. It is interesting kind of to look at the issue, which is we are in restrooms, and the experience of the team that's involved in this business, in living image media, stems from the early days of the Adshel street furniture business, which was advertising on bus shelters, and we took that business in the early days from a business that people didn't want to be involved in to a high quality, well presented, very accountable medium that is innovative. We'll be in a position where we can where we can generate substantial revenue from advertisers. People visit the restrooms for a whole heap of reasons, but the most important one is they want to make sure they look good, and hence the beauty. And the other key component is that generally, kind of when people are approaching the mirror, their phone is not in their hand. Their phone is normally in their hand as they are leaving the washroom area, which makes that a unique place in the shopping centre environment, because when you walk through the shopping centre, everybody has their phone in their hand and everybody is looking at their phone as opposed to looking at where they are going. So we have a real opportunity here to make a distinct impression on the customers, and we do like to take lots of photos to tell people about it. We are in the process of rolling out our panels in shopping centre groups around Australia. We have contracts in place with major shopping centre groups that allow us to roll out panels right around the country. We currently have panels installed in shopping centres in Brisbane, on the Gold Coast, in Newcastle, the Central Coast, in New South Wales, in Sydney, and in Melbourne. And we are looking at rolling out our panels throughout the rest of Australia. We have 3 eye-catching positions. We have the main position is directly above the entrance or exit to the to the restroom. The second one is directly above the basin, and that is a great location. And then above the hand dryer, all areas where it's impossible for the customer to miss the advertising message. We are nowhere near the bathroom doors or the urinals. The most important part about advertising is to keep it simple. We offer one brand, we offer one size, we offer a fortnightly national buy across Australia, and we offer 10, 20 and 30-second loops as part of that process. We are looking at kind of obviously being mindful of the stages of the customer journey. We work on the awareness level, the consideration level, tying into the purchase process, and working on creating brand loyalty for the advertisers who are part of the living image media story. We've been doing it for a while. The team that are involved in this business, as I mentioned earlier, were originally part of the Adshel Street Furniture business. In a combined sense, there is about 60 years experience in the out-of-home space, and the key people in this business all have successful pedigrees working in this space. As a result, we feel comfortable about what we have in front of us in terms of the opportunity to roll out a new digital out-of-home advertising message. When we get to the ask, we are now looking at a $3 million investment, which will allow us to fully fund the rollout of 2,000 digital mirrors around Australia. We currently have 257 mirrors installed. We have a further 320 mirrors in the country. We have capacity through a commercial relationship with shopping centre groups, and also with Telstra and their partner Cyan to roll out up to 2,000 mirrors. The investment's on the basis of a $6 million valuation pre-money, a $9 million post-money process. We will talk about that investment opportunity directly to prospective investors. This investment sits on top of an initial $2.8 million of investors' funds that have already gone into the business to get the business to where it is today. Where is the money going? We're looking at 1.6 million of the 3 million going into the rollout of the digital mirrors, and we're looking to add additional staff in sales, marketing and operations, and looking at that taking effectively $1 million of the $3 million of additional funds. The team, I'm joined by Peter Glavanchevsky as the CEO, also a co-founder. Peter and I worked closely together in our time at Adshel, as did Kevin Noonan, our sales director, Shelley Sutton, Stacey, are all key parts of the team and all have Adshel experience. Anthea joins us, having come out of her time with U Media, the current leader in the out-of-home space in Australia. That's the living image media story. We're excited about the opportunity that's in front of us. We already have a very strong platform, and we are looking to invest further to allow us to roll out our platform. Thanks for watching the presentation. Find us and find me on Brella. Drop me a note. I would love to organise a time for a chat, and we look forward to hopefully talking with you soon. Thank you.
Presenting now is DIT AgTech, Australia's leading experts in livestock technology and water supplementation. Here to speak further about this is CEO and founder Mark Part.
Hi, my name's Mark Peart and I'm the CEO and founder at DIT AgTech. We proudly say that we're the fastest growing agtech in Australia. We've been in business for 4 years now. We've increased our revenues by 1,200% in the last 2 years alone. But why do we get out of bed of a business? It's not about making money. The reason we get out of bed is we're concerned about food security. And our why is to enable farmers to produce more with less. You see, we believe the next tech disruption in society will come from agri and food tech businesses like ourselves. Why is that? Well, the last 2 decades have been around tech disruption that involved smartphones and social media. And what that enabled humanity to do is to have more convenience and entertainment. But food security is a really big problem. You see, in 2050, there'll be 10 billion people on planet Earth. That means that every farmer across the globe will need to increase food production between 60% and 100%. This is an exponentially hard problem to solve. And our business is about finding ways to enable those farmers to produce more with less, so we can sustainably produce food for this growing population. So of course, what's the problem that we're going to solve? Well, as a business, and a business in a new industry like agtech, it's really important that we listen to our customers. So before we even started, we tried to think of ways that we could help those farmers produce more with less. And we worked out that supplementing of livestock in Australia and in all the livestock producing industries of the globe has been done incorrectly for up to 4 decades. And the farmers have accepted it. So as a lot of you would know, Australia is a dry country. And with climate change or climate cycle, whichever one you believe in, one thing I think we all agree, the planet is getting hotter. And as the planet gets hotter, it's going to be really hard to produce proteins. And with a dry climate, we have to supplement our livestock in Australia. And we supplement now, traditionally, with lick blocks or dry licks. It's very ineffective. It's very labour intensive and it's very costly. Well, we found a better way to do that. And we've picked water supplementing in our business very much the same way that Amazon picked selling books on the internet. They grew into a global mammoth e-commerce business by finding one problem, solving it really well and bringing value. And that's what we're doing with water supplementing. So what's our solution to supplementing livestock across the globe? Really simple. And usually the simple solutions have the biggest impact. It's a huge paradigm shift. And all we're doing is putting the supplements into the water, because as everyone knows, livestock needs to drink. And animals drink proportional to their body weight. So therefore, with tech and innovation, we've worked out how to take an old process and enhance it with innovation and put the supplements into the water. That's our solution. That's simple. So the way we solve this problem with our solution is really simple. We use a technology device that measures the water flow. We take the supplements and put them into a liquid form, and we inject the supplements into the water. Whereas our competitors are still there putting it in a bag and putting it out in the paddock or in a lick block. So we don't have any competitors in the space we're in. We've worked hard to protect our chemistry innovation. We've worked hard to get global patents around our tech and the way we proportionally dose in the water. So right now, here today, we have such a competitive advantage. We know how to scale up our business. We have a huge customer base that we're talking to now with no competitors. Such a great opportunity. So the market size for DIT in Australia is expansive. You see, there's 26 million head of cattle in Australia and about 60 million sheep. And of that 26 million head of cattle alone, 17 million of those animals are fed on a daily basis some form of supplement. And like I said, usually in a bag or a lick block on the ground. That's our main focus now, especially in Northern Australia. There's 15 million head of cattle between the top end of Queensland, the Northern Territory, and the top end of WA. Our core focus is up there because that's our low-hanging fruit. Longer term, our markets are expansive. There's over 100 million head of cattle in North America. There's over 270 million head of cattle in South America. And there's no one putting supplements in the water. And in all those addressable markets, there is no one else doing what we're doing. So in the last 4 years since we started with one employee, with nearly 30 now, we've actually expanded right across Australia. And our traction to date is something I'm really proud of. And the reason why the traction has been so good to date is because we're solving a real problem now with a bit of tech and innovation. We're now in every state across the whole of Australia. We manufacture all the tech ourselves. We write all the code. We design all of our circuit boards. We assemble all of our products in North Queensland. We have distribution factories in Toowoomba, Townsville, Katherine, Perth and Adelaide. We have a national presence, and in time we're wanting to become a global company. So in regards to the actual traction in units, we have nearly 200 of our dosing technology in Northern Australia alone, supplementing just under 150,000 head of cattle. And considering that the total addressable market is 15 million head of cattle, we've got a long way to go and a great opportunity. As the saying goes, great businesses are never built with spreadsheets, they're built with people. And one of the things that I'm proud of as the leader in DIT is the great team that we've put around us. We've got some really smart young people who have got agribusiness backgrounds who get out of bed for one particular reason. They want to change the world and they want to see our farmers produce more with less. So our business has spent a lot of time on getting exactly the right people to join the team. People who are passionate about agriculture, who are smart, who are hardworking, and who are driven to change agriculture and feed a global population. So our ask today from investors is that we're issuing a convertible note. The note is for 2 million, but we'll take over subscriptions to 3 million. It pays a coupon rate of 8% and it'll convert at a 25% discount to the IPO of DIT AgTech, which is planned between October and December of 2021. We believe we've got a great business. We believe we can make a real change to society and humanity on producing more food with less. And we also think that what we do is really important and that investors will understand when they invest in DIT, not just for financial return, they're actually investing in the future of humanity. So the distribution of funds is a really easy one for our investors to know. We're not going to use the funds to create some funky algorithm or anything like that. We're well past that. The funds will be used to produce more of our dosing equipment to deploy into Northern Australia, where we're getting a lot of traction in what we call our full service model. In these models, we actually install the tech and we actually provide all the supplements and do all the work for our customers, and then they pay us on a per litre basis. So the use of funds, besides being used predominantly to build our doses, will be used to engage more talent. Because great people build businesses, not spreadsheets. And we're really passionate about having the best people in DIT. And lastly, some of the funds will be used for R&D. Innovation is at the core of what we do. And we see a lot more innovation that needs to occur in agriculture, especially around our really exciting products for methane reduction, which are nearly at the commercial stage, and we're hoping to have on the market by the end of the year. So one of the things that our board has really mentored us on is the importance of execution. And we also understand that as a company that's about to go public, revenue is really important. So our whole focus as a business in the next 18 months is about deploying as many of our doses into Northern Australia and onboarding as many cattle as we can onto our full service models. Because with revenue and with profitability, we'll be able to then use a land and expand strategy to be able to build out our value proposition. Like I said early on, DIT is using water supplement to change the world with AgTech. And water supplement to us is a platform that we'll build out to a lot of other value propositions. Some of the things we're working on off the back of water supplement is the opportunities for GPS ear tags, to track animals, to take away the costs in a farmer's business from mustering and doing that with tech in a digital platform. But the thing that I'm most passionate about as the founder of the business is we're working really hard to find ways to reduce methane in livestock, because livestock are a huge emitter of greenhouse gases on our planet. We already clinically know how to reduce methane with the use of nitrates. What we're working now is to take nitrates into a soluble form, inject in the water, and building out digital platforms where farmers can reduce their emissions and in time trade those emissions for more revenue. That's a really exciting part of why we're getting out of bed every day. So in summary, why should you invest with DIT AgTech? Well, number one is, this is not the first round of funding that we've done. And in every other previous round, we've executed on what we've said. We're not a startup, we're a scale-up. We're solving a problem where there's a solution immediately. And we can create great recurring revenue streams with sticky customers. But I think the reason that everyone should invest in DIT AgTech is so much more. Because we've got a real purpose to what we're doing, and we need the support of investors to change the world. We get out of bed every single morning with one why, and that's to help farmers to produce more with less. We're passionate about what we do. We've got a great team. We've got a great opportunity, and we've actually got the biggest first mover advantage anyone could ever ask for in any business. We need to be capitalised, and we need to execute. We know how to execute, and we know what's got to be done. I hope you support us and come along on this great journey with me.
Presenting now is the Experience Exchange, a marketplace platform that scales experience-based learning through personalised live one-on-one advisory, coaching, mentoring across organisational and geographical boundaries. Here to talk about this further is CEO Darren Scott.
Hi everyone, my name is Darren Scott. I'm the CEO and co-founder of TEX, and we're going to take the next 8 to 10 minutes to share a little bit about TEX and hopefully get you as excited as we are about the investment opportunity in TEX moving forward. So what is TEX? So TEX is an expertise marketplace focused at business-to-business exchange. It allows an individual to find the expertise they need when they need it. So think of it as coaching, mentoring, advisory, or simple peer exchange on demand. In my 25 plus years in working in global tech, one of the hardest questions to answer actually was from our customers saying, I just need to talk to somebody about X, and finding that person, understanding their skills, arranging calendars to get them to connect was difficult then. It's still very difficult now. But at TEX, I feel like we've cracked this code, and in doing so, we're on the verge of disrupting the learning market on how organizations both identify their skills and then work with others to upskill now and into the future. So let me draw out a couple of things on this slide. The first thing is the size of the market. So the corporate learning market is big, big by anyone's standard, 300 billion plus, growing at a really good clip, 10% year on year. The second thing is, where is the innovation in this market? So the innovation is coming mostly in video on demand, so recorded video produced for the masses. Now, when you have video on demand, you have a teacher You have impersonalized content, and you have a time lag from when there's a need to when the video is created to when users adopt it. Here at TEX, we're going after a unique learning area, and that is the learning that occurs when two people come together and they work through a problem. So advisory, mentoring, coaching on demand. And this not only gives a better learning result, but it also improves employee engagement. And we feel will be the next large area that drives innovation in this learning market. So let's talk a little bit about the root cause of this problem or opportunity. And one of the reasons the corporate learning market is growing so fast is around digital transformation. So the pace of change of technology and the associated transformations that need to occur in business is causing this need for workforces to be reskilled. In fact, if you look at some of the stats, more than half of all corporate employees now need significant upskilling and reskilling in the next couple of years, which will continue to go on over time. Let's talk about the platform. I'm not going to do it justice in 90 seconds, considering it's taken us 9 months to build the MVP. But I'll talk to some of the key features, and these features have been built specifically to address barriers that we feel sit inside an organization that stop person-to-person learning at scale. So let me go through a few of them. The first is a profile that both allows you to show your unique capabilities and experience, but also has a common language that allows you to connect with other individuals, both within and outside of your organization. The second is the skills engine. We work with a company called Burning Glass. We've got a consistent taxonomy of 700,000 skills. And for any job, we can tell you the most in-demand skills for that job. So that allows you both to identify the skills you need, but also identify the skills that you need to aspire to for your current job or future. That allows our matching engine to work. The third is our commercial model. We have a flexible structure that organizations can build both commercial, as in charge for their learning, as well as free programs. So it takes care of internal programs, new hire onboarding, graduate onboarding, professional services programs where you're charging for your expertise out to the market, to customers or partners, or social impact programs where employees are giving away expertise for free to non-for-profit partners. The fourth is the live video is built on the platform. So you have this session in the platform, we gather metrics and allow you to manage those sessions within the platform itself. And then lastly is around reward and recognition. We recognize the impact that people make on their platform. It allows them to do their own reporting and showcase that to their manager, and allows us to give metrics to organization so they can do off-platform recognition as well. And the beauty is, if you're an employee and you leave your current position, you can take this brand with you and continue to build on it over time. So we talked about the individual value proposition. Let's talk about the enterprise one. So we've built this with a lot of enterprise rigor into it and answered some of the key questions that enterprises are thinking about. Namely, what are the skills in my organization? We get that through the profile data, and we can also identify what are the priority skills that people want to learn. Then you can use the platform and connect with individuals in your organization or outside to upskill those individuals. So this is how you bring your partners into the conversation and share expertise. From that, and by using this in several different use cases, you build a continual learning culture within your organization, and you reward individuals for doing that. And then lastly, with that capability, you can take that capability out to your customers and partners, drive revenue from it, or drive customer intimacy. And we can give you reporting of all of this data to track your impact. So let's talk about the TEX commercial model and how we make money. There's three parts I'll talk to. The first is a platform fee. So every time a session comes up on TEX and two people exchange information, we will charge each one of those individuals a small platform fee. Now what we do, we work with organizations to predict their use cases and predict a number of sessions they're going to use monthly, and we put them on a subscription model, driving up annual recurring revenue. That's the first one. The second is, if you're taking your services to market and charging a fee, we will take a small commission on that charge. And then the third is, obviously we're gathering a lot of data. There's project management fees for setting up the platform. There's advertising fees. All of that could be monetized into the future. Let's talk about the competition. I mentioned when we talked about the market that this, we feel, is a new area of innovation coming into corporate learning. In that respect, there isn't a solid incumbent player doing purely person-to-person exchange. There are organizations interested in corporate learning, whether it be video on demand. There are players interested in skills for enterprise. There are individuals looking at fragmenting the expertise market, like an outsourcing area, like freelancing markets. I feel like we can work with all of these different players and potentially augment their services. Saying that, I do think with our focus on person-to-person learning, we will disrupt some of these markets as well. Let's talk about our customers. This conversation resonates in a number of different areas, but bringing up skilling as a core focus area is clearly on the mind, as is reconnecting individuals and not just looking at content. We have had some good traction. Our key anchor client is PwC, but we have a number of other customers trialing on the platform right now. We have 20 customers on board, which we're looking to accelerate that towards this part of the year. You'll see too that the brands that we have enable us to do a controlled Australian-based pilots, but we'll be using their footprint and reach to extend overseas towards the later part of this year. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the timeline. 3 broad areas that you can look at in the pack. The first is how we've got here. So we've raised around 600 US through angel investors, allowed us to do the launch and business development last year. Our next phase is really taking our initial customers, scaling through that business development effort and accelerating pilots here in Australia. And then the third phase will be prepping us for a Series A raise. We're trying to hit $1 million in recurring run rate towards the end of Q3 this calendar year, early Q4, which will position us well as we launch into the overseas market. So let's talk about the 2 founders. We've got a broader team than this, but I'll focus on Shane and I. I've known Shane for 10 plus years out of Cisco. Both of us bring a huge amount of enterprise experience. I've lived and worked around the world, working for global tech firms in the US, in Asia, in India, in Australia, building services businesses and working with customers. Shane is a seasoned sales exec, selling technology into some of the biggest brands in the world. So we both have that enterprise rigor and experience, and we bring that to the TEX platform. So that's a lot to go through in 8 minutes. I hope you are as excited as we are about the journey that we've gone through in TEX and where we're heading to. If you have any further questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you.
It's our pleasure to now introduce the sponsor of Emergence 2021, the Trobe University's Innovation and Entrepreneurship arm. Today they are represented by Director Sarasela Tanasescu.
Hello everybody, thank you so much for inviting me at this awesome event, Emergence 2021 from Wholesale Investors. I am Sarasela Tanasescu and I'm the Director of Trobe Innovation and Entrepreneurship Programs. I would start by presenting you what Trobe does for innovation and entrepreneurship and a little bit of our achievements in 2020. And after that, I will send you an invitation for our next Global Markets program that we will have round 2 starting in 2021. So Trobe Innovation and Entrepreneurship is committed to enhance entrepreneurship in students and researchers and community. They are committed to develop entrepreneurship Victoria statewide, contribute to the development of Australian startup ecosystem, enhancing students' experience in entrepreneurship and prepare talents for the new startups, engage with alumni for the support of entrepreneurship, and create a series of events and speakers and workshops where speakers are actually explaining some of the tips of entrepreneurship. We had done a lot since 2017 when we started to operate at Trobe University. Just last year, we ran a couple of programs with Investable, where we formed 1,300 entrepreneurs to change, and we encouraged 1,300 entrepreneurs to change their business model to a more online digital model that would allow them to increase their revenues during this COVID economic crisis. We partner with lots of key players in the startup ecosystem, like Startup Victoria, Bendigo Health Accelerator, and more recently we're co-creating a joint co-working space with Fishburners. We created an innovation and entrepreneurship speaker series, which is Breakfast at Noon, where we had over 650 people registered and attending. We are very committed to develop students' experiences in entrepreneurship. We have a Students' Excellence Academy entrepreneurship stream where students can work in incubators and accelerators. They can participate to challenges. Last one of them was around neurodiversity, and they can also be part of overseas accelerators and help startups to go to access overseas markets. We have important global collaborations. One of them is a partnership for startups with BOA BI, where startups that are part of our Global Markets Accelerator program and they are on artificial intelligence might receive also 80K funding from BOA. We are also engaging with the alumni chapter for mentors and like-minded people that are passionate by entrepreneurship and have a huge experience that can actually give to the startups back and support the startups. A little bit about us. We had a total of 57 startups accelerators through our accelerator. We hosted 17 public forums. We distributed 280,000 of equity-free seed fund. So this is a little bit about us and our, all our outcomes. And I just want to explain a little bit about. I will take a showcase, which is AgTech, one of our startups, who is disrupting plastic recycling market from their home base in Gisborne, Victoria. This startup, we have supported them for 2 years. We have seen their development and we have seen their evolution from a garage product to securing very important and critical partner in Queensland that would allow them actually bring this product further on the market. The technologies they have will result in more competitively priced recycled plastic products, and we are particularly focusing on agri-plastic, especially in Queensland, around bananas and banana production. Another startup I would like to showcase is Hivekeeper. They just won the Strive Challenge and they're now in Strive Accelerator and about to be funded. They're from Mount Martha in Victoria, in regional Victoria. We are working with lots of startups in regional Victoria, and they are actually having an intelligent assessment tools for the health of your beehives. Simon Mullen, he is one of our partners right now. He works with us on other accelerators, and he met his objectives, and he is now succeeding to develop in 1 year a business that's very promising and has possibilities for funding, in particular from Strive Funding California. Just a little bit now about our new program. So our newest program is a Global Markets Accelerator program. This program is funded by AusIndustry and supported by Startup Victoria. And Global Markets program enables Australian scale-up startups, so startups that already have a validated concept to access overseas markets. The program consists in 2 stages. First of all, a feasibility study that will enable you to work, will see how you can work, and we'll test a little bit the market you want to access. And afterwards, a 6 months online accelerator, which we hope the possibility in 2022 to actually go and overseas. Now, what is very interesting is our partners, which are very prestigious partners in their markets. We have Singtel Innovate in Singapore, we have iStart in Belgium, we have Innovation Factory in Indonesia, and T-Hub in India. So this program, we already rolled out the first series. We're already boarding now 6 startups in our first series. We will have a second iteration that the application expression of interest and application for the program would start beginning of March and it will end in May. The feasibility study for the second cohort would start around end of August, mid-August, and would end mid-September, with the accelerator starting in October and end in February. So this is a little bit the timeline of the second cohort that we hope that some of the startups that are presenting here will be part of it. It's a very high, let's say, high-level program that gathers among the best coaches and supports and networking. The accelerators we are partnering with, they all have extremely good track record in launching startups on that markets. They have also extremely good connections with the market network. We also have partnered for this accelerator, in particular for artificial intelligence, with BOAB, which is an accelerator and a fund for artificial intelligence. And some of the startups that are with us that want to access the market, if they satisfy both conditions, they would also be financed by BOAB. So this is a little bit in a nutshell what this program is about. Check out on our site, and you can see a little bit some showcases and some stories about the startups that are already there. Just as a showcase, one of the startups we have in the Global Markets Accelerator program, it's a light disinfection system that the aim is to reduce hospital-acquired infection rates from the current statistics of every 1 into 10 patients. So this is extremely, timely in respect with the COVID and crisis that's right now. And Murray, their CEO, talked about Global Markets Accelerator program that we wanted to help to accelerate our startup globally. And we think being a part of this program will help create that next step to reach the right people and identify some unmet needs. So that's why he joined the program. Now, I know that Moby has lots of possible contacts through us, through our coaches. So yeah, I hope you will join and you will be part of our next cohort. Thank you so much. Please check on our website. Please, I do encourage you to apply if you would be interested in going overseas and open new markets for your product. Thank you so much and have a nice day. Bye.
Presenting next is Greenfields Premium Brands. Greenfields is positioned to be a leader in the global cannabis revolution. Here to talk further about this is Director Jay Croto.
Good afternoon, Jay Croto here from Greenfields Premium Brands. I've been a consultant in the cannabis and hemp space now for about 10 years in Canada and the United States. Past year and a half, we've been focused only on this particular project. What we're doing is we have 3 sites. So we have a total of just over 200 acres. We have a raceway site, which is 21 acres. We have a live event site, which is 93 acres. And then we have another site, which is 110 acres. All of the sites are located side by side, just outside of Calgary within about 30 minutes. We've filed all of our applications with the local municipality. We've received all of our zoning. We are now just waiting for the development permit. Our expectations for the development permit are April. In the year and a half that we've been working on this, as you can see from the picture there, we've accumulated quite a large amount of land. All of this land will be used for outdoor hemp. Outdoor hemp and cannabis, or in Canada, has been they've been growing primarily for seeds. So you plant males and females, and you let them grow out, and then you extract the seeds. So you only use the seeds for foodstuffs or for hemp oil. We're doing things a little bit differently. On the total of 200 acres, we're going to be planting, for the first time in Canada at least, feminized hemp seed. So it'll grow female plants only. That'll allow us to grow larger plants with no males and no seeds. We'll then extract the CBD from the hemp that we grow in our fields. That CBD is valuable. There's a large market for it. And in Canada, it's part of the legal market. We'll be able to sell our products if they're packaged appropriately and done to the Health Canada standard. We'll be able to sell them either in dispensaries or some of them, if they're just CBD, even in grocery stores, which is a huge, it's a huge thing in Canada to have a hemp or cannabis product that goes outside of the cannabis market and actually is into the mainstream. So that'll be a very exciting time for us. We expect that to happen over the course of the summer when our first products are launched, and we're taking the hemp and hemp extracts off the field. We've been in the cannabis space and in the hemp space now for about 10 years as a consultant, and in that time we've seen a lot of different opportunities and a lot of different possibilities. We made a decision really to focus on hemp because there's no demand for light. We don't have to have all this indoor space and all of the light and all of the heat and all of the expenses associated with indoor cannabis. We can grow a very high quality product outdoors, and we can extract that product and sell it in the market. To get to some of the numbers and some of the possible expectations, we're doing 6 indoor bays micro cannabis in our 24,000 square foot building that is existing on site currently, and we're waiting for a development permit on. Each of those bays, if we're growing in them, can only produce a maximum of 600 kilos per year as a micro production facility. But that means if we're selling that cannabis at a very reasonable price, which is $3 a gram, it would make a little over $3 million a year in revenue. That would result in at least $1 million profit per bag. That makes those businesses valuable. That makes that process even more valuable. The land is large. We have a lot of space. Just in acres, it's 110 acres of organic hemp, 93 acres of regular hemp, and then 15 acres of regular hemp, which is a little over 7 million square feet. It's a large area to be growing hemp in outdoors, and we're really excited to be able to do it. The timeline for what's happening with Greenfields is now. I mean, we're doing our financing round as we speak. We expect that to be completed by the end of the year. Permits and constructions for the micro is happening as we're speaking. We're going to be planting the 93 acres, the 110 acres, and the 15 acres all by the end of March, maybe the end of April, depending on depending on the weather. And our expectations are to be able to take that crop off at the end of the year, late September, early October, and be a profitable company in first year. That to us is some of the most exciting parts of the cannabis industry and of the hemp industry, is access to profit, access to, the available market, which is in Canada outstanding. So we are doing an offering. We are looking for shareholders. We're going to be moving 4,200,000 shares over the next 12 months, I would say. First round will be at $1. So we have 1 million shares that we're allowing for $1 a share. And then we'll move to $2 a share. It's an exciting time for Greenfields, and it's an exciting time for hemp and cannabis in Canada. Looking forward to any questions, and certainly feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Presenting now is Twisted Xeros, a platform that uses principles of behavioral economics to assist with addressing issues of stress, anxiety, and frustration for people by promoting improved and calmer emotional states. Here to talk about this further is founder Tristan Huxley.
Twisted Xeros helps overcoming mental barriers through using emotional phase shifting. For us, this actually means that we use behavioural psychology to help people overcome their barriers when it's needed most by provoking a dopamine response. The key problems that currently exist in mental health today are that 1 in 5 Australians are going through a mental health crisis right now, and that less than 10% of all government funding in Australia, according to the ABS, is spent on mental health, and we're 16th out of 31 places of OECD nations for mental health care. Approximately 30% of people that deal with prescribed therapies such as CBT, cognitive behavioural therapy, fail to complete these courses. Australia spends approximately $89 per person per annum on mental health. For us, the opportunity comes in multiple factors. According to Deloitte's Global Health Forecast for 2022, there is approximately $1.9 trillion spent on global health, and this affects 670 million people approximately globally. In Australia, according to the ABS, we spend $100 billion on mental health, and this is approximately 5 million Australians suffering a mental health crisis right now. We use emotional phase shifting, as we mentioned before, and what that means is that using the key principles of behavioural psychology established over the last century, we present something that's unique, novel, and non-threatening to be able to grab someone's attention, pull them into what's actually going on, and edit their experience for the better because we're giving them that dopamine response. The happy hormone response is the 4 hormones that you can see here. Bonkers is our mixologist, and the Bonkers will actually randomise actions, things, and sounds to be able to create that dopamine effect or provoke that in you. So those kinds of things will come up with a tsunami of toasters that sound like a pig squealing. Hopefully you actually heard that. So for most people, this will actually provoke that dopamine response, and that is what actually makes people feel better. So we've developed a couple of characters to help people understand the things that they actually do and who they are and what this means. So for each and every one of us, we're Squirrel. Each and every day, we're going about doing the things that we need to do, such as going to work, going to gym, meeting up with friends, taking care of family, taking care of ourselves, and those sorts of things. Occasionally, we get a little obsessive. We might binge watch TV to 3 a.m. and then think that's perfectly okay to go to work with 4 hours sleep. Or we could actually become entirely obsessed with something else that consumes way too much time than it actually should. And this is, to be perfectly clear, different from obsessive compulsive disorder. That's an entirely different matter and not being addressed with this. And then we have Bonkers, who I mentioned before, and Bonkers is our ideal self. It's who we aspire to be. We do language courses, we upgrade our skills, we look for new work, we generally try and be a better person. So for us at the moment, with the traction that we have in 2016 and 2017, I worked with Pitch Black to validate the idea using a variety of Facebook advertising. And then from there, doing some pitching with Silicon Beach, Melbourne, I was invited to apply for and was successfully selected to join the Pre-Seed Accelerator with Founder Institute in 2018 and graduated in 2019. From there, I've also developed 5 additional models for use under emotional phase shifting, and this includes some IP and trademarks. Additionally, I've developed a website and a prototype to actually use, and very recently, in the last month or so, I won a pitch competition again with Silicon Beach, Melbourne, and with Idea Spies, and that had generated a significant amount of interest online as well. Our business model looks for consumers predominantly on a monthly or annual membership to use an app to be able to fulfill their needs, with additional microtransactions to purchase additional provoked dopamine responses. As part of the development roadmap, we'll be looking at dealing with businesses on a monthly and annual subscription using an app, a web portal, or an API to be able to plug into existing solutions that they may have, as well as developing out marketplaces in the future for royalty owners or IP property owners such as Disney with Simpsons and Star Wars, or Warner Brothers with DC Universe, Wile E. Coyote and other things like that, to earn a royalty off that. And the third side to that type of model for revenue would be a marketplace for courseware for practitioners. If we think of emotions on a scale where we have negative, neutral, and positive, we fluctuate throughout the day. Sometimes we get a little annoyed when someone cuts us off in traffic, and sometimes we get elated because there's that extra piece of cake that we got at lunchtime, or a freebie. So most of our competitors we see deal with emotions. So the first one, Joyable, looks at dealing with stress, frustration, and anxiety and self-body issues, and costs approximately $99 a month. Their courses are about 6 months as well. MyFeel is a hardware and software solution available through healthcare providers in the US or employer healthcare funds in the United States only. The cost is unknown. However, in saying that, it does also use a similar method to Joyable, which is cognitive behavioural therapy. .com therapy, and you'll notice a theme shortly, is a one-to-one marketplace between psychologists and other mental health practitioners and patients, and they deal predominantly with school-aged children and speech therapy issues. And Calm, which is a billion-dollar unicorn in the wellness space for meditation and other similar applications for personal life, comes in at about $10 a month. All of these 4 providers here work in 10 to 15 minute increments. And in saying that, .com is $29 for 15 minutes. And when you consider that it takes incremental time for people to feel better, i.e. multiple uses to be able to adjust someone to a much better psychological state or a more positively affected mental health state, and going back to about 30% of CBT users failing to complete their courses, it then becomes apparent that the cost that's involved here doesn't match reward. With the animation and the sound that we showed earlier, taking 5 to 6 seconds, we can move someone much further along that emotional state towards positivity. Looking at the difference in time of 10 minutes to 6 seconds, it can quite easily be argued that what we're presenting is 1,000 times more effective in terms of its speed of execution to being able to help resolve someone's emotional state, to bring them back to a more calm and rational alignment to make better decisions. Our go-to-market includes the first 2 points as being the next 12 to 18 months. So building awareness of our value proposition and telling stories using the 3 characters of squirrel, pickles, and bonkers to be able to add value to everyday life of people, optimize and grow over the coming years from that B2C model, moving into the B2B marketplace as well, and facilitate integration with legacy systems. That's the 18 to 36 months part. And then 36 months and beyond, we'll look at supporting ongoing growth with those additional, the third side of the platform, such as courseware, and building a market profile as being the platform provider of choice across multiple spectrums of mental health, not just in Australia, but overseas. I've worked in workforce planning with over 20 years experience, including business intelligence process improvements. Some of my achievements include a £250 million risk reduction in credit card transactions in Europe, helping save multiple projects up to $10 million a year in cost overrun by redoing their workforce planning and other process and procedural metrics. Part of my team is David Austin, a behavioural psychologist and government enterprise change manager, Owen Lane, who is a cyber security and counterintelligence specialist, and again, a behavioural expert in yourself. I'm also in discussions with other people to join the team as the advisor board, but it hasn't been officially recognised or agreed to as yet. And what we're looking for as Twisted Xeros is strategic and industry partners, some technical build assistants, potentially a co-founder if the match is right. And our goals for this year is to build a larger community, build a strategic board, transform our MVP and our demo to a more workable and stable product, develop industry partnerships, and also to develop some academic partnerships too. Thank you.
Presenting now is New Energy Technology. New Energy Technology seeks to acquire minority equity ownership and commercialization rights in a diversified portfolio of the most promising green hydrogen technology businesses from around the world. Here to talk about this further is Director of Investment Rowan Logie, Director of Technology Greg Stace, and Head of Engineering Combe Jerome.
We at NET are aware that hydrogen will be central in the new energy landscape as the world transitions to net zero. We're seeking to support and participate in that rapid sector growth. Every week we see energy majors announcing hydrogen infrastructure projects, and governments have committed hundreds of billions to the sector. However, there are a number of technology gaps that need to be solved before any of those projects can get actually built. Technology businesses are working to solve these gaps, including hundreds of early stage technology startups and global OEMs like Mitsubishi and GE. The problem is that incumbents are slow and they don't give investment exposure to multiples. And while startups can give you that exposure to multiples, they're high risk, and picking winners is difficult because there's technical complexity and it's an emerging market. You really need experts with deep capability in energy and hydrogen to find, assess, invest, and create value by commercialising technologies to scale. And even then, you'd ideally want diversification. NET is a global team of experts with decades of experience in energy, technology, infrastructure, and intellectual property. NET's business strategy is to acquire equity in and commercialisation rights to a diversified portfolio of the most promising green hydrogen technology businesses and use our deep expertise to commercialise them globally. We'll then look to exit those technology businesses and cycle gains into the ongoing portfolio, or introduce the technologies into projects and look to participate. We're excited to announce that after 15 months of global research by a full-time team into more than 100 technology venture candidates, rigorous due diligence and negotiations, we've successfully executed commercial terms to acquire equity in what we believe are the two most promising, scalable green hydrogen technology ventures in the world. These technologies will allow green hydrogen to be produced for the first time using purely renewable energy at scale. And that will disrupt global energy markets by unlocking the hydrogen value chain. NET is raising $5 million to close out those deals, help commercialise them, and prepare for the next round. Authorities agree hydrogen will be central in the new energy landscape, including Bloomberg, BP, the International Energy Agency, Bank of America, Australia's chief scientist, and of course Andrew Forrest.
It's almost too good to be true. You use water, air, and renewable power to make a liquid fuel. You can use this fuel, just like oil or diesel, to generate power, fuel vehicles, make heat, and store it for later. This solves all the problems of renewable energy: intermittency, availability, and transportability. As well as pure hydrogen, there is another green fuel, ammonia. It contains more hydrogen than hydrogen does, and can be transported and stored at room temperature or pressure, and already has global infrastructure and regulatory support.
Looking across the hydrogen value chain analysis showed choke points at green fuel production and green fuel to power. Markets are pivoting to green fuel. Japan's largest power generator, JERA, which generates around 5 times Australia's total power load, have announced it's switching its entire coal and gas fleet over to ammonia. The International Maritime Organisation has announced ammonia is the way of the future for shipping engines, and MAN engines have their first shipping engine coming out in 2024, they say. Airbus has said that green fuels will be mandatory for zero carbon flight and has designs underway. If we look at the independent forecasts, we see the projections are that the green fuel market within a few decades will be bigger than LNG is today. Australia is a global energy export superpower. It's been fossil fuels, but Australia has world-class wind and solar resources, familiarity with infrastructure and commodities exports, and energy customers that have committed to a zero carbon future. NET's global presence with team members in Australia, Switzerland, France and Spain, and extensive networks throughout the world allow us to find and bring the most promising technologies from around the world to the biggest green fuel projects right here in Australia.
The world is full of creativity and innovation. Reaching out to those companies worldwide, understanding their technology, business vision, meeting the team and discovering their history is a key process in new energy technology. It enables us to model, compare and evaluate each technology, define their competitive landscape and future step to commercial readiness.
The two technologies we are excited to have signed terms with are both green fuel production technologies to fill that upstream gap in the value chain. We have agreements to acquire about 10% of each, coming in behind large global funds in both cases, and we get board seats. With about 9 million, a decade of science, supercomputers, and a multidisciplinary team of PhDs from Iceland and the US behind the technologies, they run electricity across novel nanocatalysts to convert air and water into green ammonia at near room temperature and pressure. Both technologies are for the production of green fuel. One has been successfully producing 10 kilograms a day of green fuel from a solar farm through last year and is ready to go to 100 kilograms per day, which will make it the most advanced green fuel production technology in the world that we're aware of. The other one has proved itself on the benchtop and will move to proof of production this year after further stabilising the catalyst. NET's executive team have worked together on many renewable energy technology ventures over nearly 10 years, including solar, batteries, microgrids, and that's across Australia, Europe, Africa, the Pacific and South America. NET team members have founded and developed 23 ventures, mostly in energy and technology, and have a dozen relevant university degrees. Team members have managed billion-dollar infrastructure projects, advised energy giants on investments, divestments, decarbonisation, and led long, complex technology developments, including in hydrogen. I've worked with 70 ventures on commercialisation. Greg founded one of Switzerland's most successful solar companies. Combe was the CTO of one of the world's leading microgrid companies. Andrew was the general manager of Woodside's Browse project. And Glyn helped establish Shell's new energy division. We're raising $5 million. $4 million will go directly to acquire equity in the technology businesses, and the rest on operations, allowing adequate runway to list. Our financial strategy is to create outsized book wealth increases for investors through asset value multiples across the portfolio. And we'll seek to provide liquidity for investors through securities exchange listing later this year. Hydrogen will be central in the new energy landscape. It's too early for infrastructure. The investment opportunity now is in technology. Majors don't give you multiples, and picking winners is risky. NET offers an opportunity to invest in hydrogen, but have experts make the assessments and create value through commercialisation into global markets. We'd like you to join us in accelerating the world towards net zero. Invest in NET and you'll be helping to bring the critical technologies online that will unlock the hydrogen value chain. Join us in participating in what is surely going to be an exciting ride as we place you in the middle of the transition to the new energy landscape.
Presenting now is Green Peak Energy, providers of on-site solar/battery solutions for commercial and industrial customers across Australia. Here to talk about this further is Miles Karukan, CEO.
My name is Miles Karukan and I am the CEO of Green Peak Energy, which has built a distributed solar generation investment platform that we are now looking to scale up. In this presentation, you'll be given a brief introduction to the company, its aims and its achievements to date. Let's get into it, shall we? Now, this legal stuff is very important. I hope you finish reading it. This slide is a one-page overview for those of you scanning through the conference presentations for something of interest. But basically, in short, Green Peak Energy is trying to build a utility-scale solar farm one slice at a time without any of the inherent risks that come along with a utility-scale project, such as having uncontracted revenue for a large portion of the project's life. To date, we've won 35 projects with total contract value of $14 million and an average contract tenor of 21 years. Our current active sales pipeline is 175 megawatts, and our 10-year portfolio target is 1 gigawatt. To date, we've built a market-leading product distribution network that feeds into our highly scalable business model. Today, we're seeking $30 million of additional equity funding in order to scale up our proven platform, and that would give incoming investors a majority ownership position in the company. Green Peak has been in business for about 3.5 years, and we're really looking to accelerate the rollout of rooftop solar for commercial industrial customers across the country by facilitating the complex arrangements that are typically inherent with these processes. We're a long-term asset owner, and we're building a portfolio that's diversified not just by geography, but also technology and, most importantly, customer. Given the long useful lives of our assets, typically up to 30 years, we're looking for customers in segments such as food production and storage, education, shopping centres, and largest businesses with multiple sites. Now, our industry-leading product distribution network encompasses the leading solar installers in Australia, tender managers, and also energy retailers. In terms of the market opportunities to date, we see that as at about 14 gigawatts based on technology to date, but we see that increasing to about 38 gigawatts over time, particularly as storage economics improve. And we're targeting a 1 gigawatt portfolio within 10 years, which equates to about 2.6% of the addressable market. As I noted earlier, we have a sales pipeline of 175 megawatts. We can also buy existing projects and convert them to a PPA model. And last year, 2.7 gigawatts of solar was installed in Australia, but the vast majority of this was residential. This slide gives an overview of the product and how it works. So today, a customer might be connected to a grid and paying up to 35 cents for their energy. GPE can come along and install solar at the customer's premises, either on their roof or on adjacent land, and then the customer can then buy the energy generated by that system at a substantially lower rate of typically between 5 and 15 cents, depending on the contract term, which can go out to about 30 years. GPE takes on all the life cycle management responsibilities, such as insurance, cleaning, equipment replacement, and the like, and will also go back over time and offer customers additional opportunities to save more money as the commercial merits make sense. And particularly batteries will be on our near-term horizon, and this will generate additional revenue for the group. Now, there's a fair few words on this slide, but in short, the strategy is to get big. because with additional scale, because really we're not selling solar, we're selling savings to a customer. And so with greater scale, you get access to a lower cost of capital, which means you're able to offer a lower PPA price, which enhances the customer savings, which makes it easier to make greater sales volumes. That gives you a larger market share and economies of scale in relation to procurement, but it also leads to greater diversification of the portfolio and lower overall risk, which in turn feeds into a lower cost of capital. With a greater scale, you get greater shareholder value. Got a number of competitive advantages, but one of the key ones that I call out compared to other financing solutions that commercial customers can use to deploy solar, such as leases and loan products, we're actually able to offer property owners a roof rental stream, a long-term roof rental stream, for situations where customers are leasing their premises. And so landlords across Australia are sort of waking up to the fact at the moment that their roof is actually now additional net lettable area, which is creating all sorts of opportunities. This slide gives an overview of the portfolio to date. So we have 35 projects, and given the large audience of this presentation, we're not going to go into specifics of who's involved in that, excuse me. But suffice to say, there's a large number of schools and listed businesses, as well as some small private operations as well, with $14 million of contracted revenue secured to date for 3.5 megawatts of installed capacity. And we're expecting lifetime equity returns of over 15% on average from the portfolio. And you can see the portfolio growth over time, and it continued to grow even through the COVID lockdowns last year. This slide gives you an overview of the portfolio geographically. And as you can see, we're operating in all Australian states at the moment with a raft of opportunities across the country. And we're actively exploring opportunities to enter the market in New Zealand as well. We're fortunate enough to have a very strong board chaired by Derek Lafella, who's also the chair of ASX-listed Sandfire Resources, which has a market cap of about $1 billion. Also on the board, we have Camilo D'Alessandro, who's involved in the business day to day. And Camilo was the founder and CEO of Momentum Energy, which is one of the leading energy retailers in Australia, and sold that to Hydro Tasmania. After that, I was working at a company called Pacific Hydro, which is a global utility scale developer. And we were looking to build an energy retail business in Australia. And we approached Camilo to assist us with that. And so he came on board to lead that business, which is now known as Tango Energy, which is growing rapidly and is tracking ahead of business plan. And I understand they've got more than 100,000 customers at the moment. Our newest director is Guy Elliott, who's also the CEO of EnergyEase, which is a leading provider of energy solutions to businesses across Australia for solar, but restricted to lease and loan products. And so EnergyEase invested in Greenpeak last year, and Guy joined the board, and we formed a strategic partnership where EnergyEase distributes our PBA product and we distribute EnergyEase's lease and loan solutions to customers. And our last director is Brad Smythe, who's a large Greenpeak shareholder, who's also a strong track record in the real estate segment, which is very valuable given the space we operate in. I won't spend too long on this slide, other than to say that we've got a very strong team that's been able to do a lot with a little and keen to take the business to the next level. In addition to a strong team, we're fortunate enough to have strong relationships with all the leading solar installers across the country, and they either install systems for us or bring us opportunities that they think would be better served by a PPA solution. And so it's quite symbiotic in that relationship. Well, we're very focused on what we're doing at the moment, which is behind the meter solar opportunities, because we really see the market in a bit of a roof grab at the moment, because once a roof's taken up by an existing system, it's pretty hard to displace the incumbent operator. So we're trying to secure as many rooftops as we can, as quickly as we can. If you're interested in learning more about Greenpeak and following our progress, we encourage you to follow us on Brella and Crisp, and also check out our website. Thank you.
Presenting now is Biotome, founded in 2017 by Professor Samuel Lunden, Dr. Alma Fullaregia and Nobel laureate Professor Barry Marshall, who together are developing next-generation antibody tests based on precision immunology. Here to talk about this further is CEO and co-founder Dr. Samuel Lunden.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy to present to you Biotome. Biotome is an early-stage diagnostic company, and we're developing the next generation of antibody diagnostics. So the current pandemic has shown that there are large problems with antibody tests or serology. And we believe that antibody tests can really be improved dramatically. Now, the immune system is highly accurate and precise. It detects proteins, does so by using or sensing small parts of proteins we call epitopes. It creates a very high resolution image. Now, conventional serology, on the other hand, is using an outdated view of the immune system and uses the entire protein. So this is the same as having a high-resolution camera and putting a blurring filter in front of it, not using the underlying technology to the fullest. Now, we're using precision immunology, so we're using these epitopes, and this creates much more accurate tests and provides more information, for example, about immunity or protection, or about severity of disease. We're specialists or experts in finding the markers. Now we're using these markers and putting them onto biosensor technology sensing tests. So we're putting our peptides in there to create point-of-care tests for fingerprick blood. And what we're using is graphene field effect transistors from a manufacturing partner, Cardia Bio in San Diego, and they're the world leaders in graphene biosensing. So this creates rapid tests with almost instant readouts, very sensitive, and also electronic readouts that can be slotted into digital infrastructures. Now, the advantage of this is for healthcare, especially the very high precision, but also the point-of-care formats, and also the lower cost of production or manufacture because we use peptide instead of proteins. Importantly, these markers, these peptides are patentable, which is really key for an early stage company like us. Also, our know-how or technology that we use to identify markers can be used to detect markers for other diseases like infections, cancers, autoimmune diseases. So there's large promise for the future for these types of technology. So we do have 3 projects in our pipeline. Currently, the first or the most progressed is Helitope, our stomach cancer risk test. So stomach cancer is the 3rd most common cause of cancer death in the world. And Helitope can identify the really dangerous versions of Helicobacter pylori, the bacterium that causes stomach cancer in some cases. We've got a patent for these markers that was granted in 2019. Our second project is COVIDope, so antibody tests for SARS-CoV-2. It can be used in a point-of-care setting or a clinical lab. This is useful for people who have been vaccinated or infected to answer the question, am I protected? Is it safe for me to travel without being infected or without transmitting the infection to others? Also, the COVIDope can distinguish between severe and mild disease. The third project is preeclampsia risk. So this is a major cause of mortality among pregnant women worldwide. So we have identified markers and filed a patent for this. Our Helitope test, we call it as prevention diagnostics, and it's a complement to gastroscopy, which is the way to usually detect stomach cancer early. So Helicobacter pylori infection works on decades and might in the end cause stomach cancer development. Our test can detect the dangerous versions of Helicobacter and inform if you should treat the person with antibiotics to block the formation of stomach cancer later on, or if you should do gastroscopy to follow up to look for the early stages of stomach cancer. The market is very big. We're focusing on the US market, where there's in the tens of millions of gastroscopies every year. So Covitalk, you might have heard about the rapid tests for antibody detection of COVID. They are a bit hit and miss, or you call them lateral flow tests. There are really good high-performance lab tests, for example, from Siemens and Abbott and different other big companies. But the benefit of Covitalk is that it is a point-of-care capacity. It does diagnose infection very accurately, but it can also inform risk of severe disease and predict the protection after vaccination. The market is big, of course, as you know, but importantly, antibody testing market for COVID is supposed to increase over the coming years. So there's room for even early stage companies like us that's not on the market yet. The Biotome team is a high quality one. You just mentioned Dr. Barry Marshall, who's one of our investors and advisor for Biotome. He was rewarded with a Nobel Prize for discovering Helicobacter pylori. So having him on board is crucial for commercialization of Helitop in the future. We've got a number of milestones. The most important ones, the point of care platform. We aim to have that ready as a prototype this year. We aim to have Covitalk on the market this year and Helitop and the preeclampsia test 2023. The total cost of this program until mid-2022 is 1.8 million. And now currently we're raising 1 million for 10% equity. So do you believe, like we do, that antibody tests can be improved? In that case, please reach out to you using the links provided. Thank you for your time and have a good day.
Presenting now is beNEXT. beNEXT uses smart legal contract technology to solve real problems for people and businesses, starting with the property industry. Here to talk about this further is co-founder and CEO Abe Sahili.
Hello, my name's Abe Sahili. I'm the CEO and co-founder of beNEXT. Thank you for taking some time to review this opportunity with me. beNEXT is a technology company. We create smart legal contracts and integrate them into business processes and commercial enterprises. We think that one day all legal agreements will be smart. Our mission is to drive adoption of smart legal contract technology across multiple industries and geographies throughout the world. We've developed a smart legal contracting platform for the property industry here in Victoria, Australia. There are a number of compelling reasons why we've started here, and I'll explain that a little later. It's 2021, but we're still signing contracts with pen and paper, pretty much the same way as when ink and paper were first invented. Sure, there has been some advances in recent years, e-signatures, PDFs, DocuSign. However, it's still basically the same. A document is signed and passed around via email. Smart legal contracts are fundamentally different. A smart legal contract is a digitally signed piece of software that can intelligently interact with the real world. It contains logic and information that allows specific clauses in agreements to automatically interact with business systems. A smart legal contract is not just a dumb agreement that gets saved in a filing cabinet or loaded up into the cloud. It's a living agreement that can adapt and communicate accordingly. Like traditional paper-based contracts, the potential for smart legal contracts is huge. There are essentially no limits to the industries or geographies where smart legal contracts can be applied. At beNEXT, we had to start somewhere. Our starting point is a channel partnership with the Real Estate Institute of Victoria. The REIV is the peak body for real estate agents in the state of Victoria, dealing with thousands of sale and lease transactions every month. We've developed our platform for use by the REIV to start with, and it proves that the technology works and can scale and has legally enforceable contracts on it. Each contract in this case represents an asset worth $1 million or more. These contracts are smart. They have the capacity to interact with the real world. Okay, so why start with property leases and sales? For transactions that happen so often, lease and sale processes are particularly long and cumbersome. There are many parties involved: buyers, sellers, agents, mortgage brokers, bankers, solicitors, the list goes on. These professionals often only care about their part of the transaction. Information is often not passed along, and when it is, it's prone to error. This can be difficult for everyone involved, the professionals and the end customer alike, so we've made it simpler. In their raw state, smart legal contracts are complex to understand if you haven't got a law degree or a computer science degree or both. This is where our special sauce comes in. We've combined the functionality of smart legal contracts with a tailored, well-crafted end-user product. beNEXT provides a common space for everyone involved to do their work and see the part of the transaction that's relevant to them. Customers and real estate professionals can invite others into the process at the right time. Information shared, enriched, and served to users in the right context. Everyone can securely and digitally sign legal agreements in the natural flow of the property process. Staying with property, there is plenty to go after. When we focus on real estate agents and their immediate customers, we know we can capture between $30 and $60 per transaction. In the Australian market, that equals a $90 million market opportunity annually. Globally, it's $4 billion. This is just the beginning. With time, we can deliver more value to more players by linking services into these same property transactions using the underlying smart legal contract technology. So what does the competitive landscape look like? It can be broken down into two categories. Let's start with those companies dealing with digital signatures and contracts generally, like DocuSign and Clause. DocuSign's a behemoth. It's got about $1 billion US annually in revenue, a market capitalization of $47 billion. But DocuSign is just dealing with electronic signatures. Their underlying technology is built on PDF, a fixed format, which really limits their ability to add any more value into any business process. So while DocuSign demonstrates the size of the broader market, they also show where we can beat these incumbents by going much deeper into the business process that inspired the contract in the first place. Clause, on the other hand, is a specialist in the smart legal contracting technology space. But Clause is focused on helping specialist lawyers author legal agreements using smart legal contracts. They are less focused on the end users of these agreements. beNEXT is focused on high-volume, templated agreements that assist end users in their negotiation and contracting process. The second category are our more immediate competitors in the Australian property industry. The dynamic is really interesting here. You have Real-Time Agent and Realtech providing solutions that are specific for real estate agents. But both are controlled by the large real estate portals, Domain and realestate.com.au respectively. The agency franchise groups have told us plainly that they don't want to use these products because of their links to these major portals. The agents are concerned about the dominance of the portals and their market power. They act as a choke point between the agencies and their customers. The agents can't afford to cede more ground. They need to own the relationship with the customer. They need to also own this critical industry data. Our solution gives these agencies a great product. They have the opportunity to keep control of the customer relationship beyond the initial listing, all the way through a settlement process and a move process. In this area, the agents can choose the digital solution they want to use, and their customers will follow. Our approach has really resonated strongly in the industry. So we're well progressed in our discussions with many of the largest franchise groups in Australia. All right, so let's get down to some brass tacks here. We have secured the REIV channel. just looking at that channel specifically, how do we make money over the next 6 months or so? Well, we've tested the market. We know that we can charge a certain amount to the agent, which is typically passed on to the vendor or landlord, on successful completion of a property sale or lease. Additionally, we can embed pay later finance in both of these processes, reducing the friction for everyone involved. Working with a finance partner, we can offer pay later marketing expense finance for vendors. And on the rental side, we can provide bond finance for tenants. Putting these things together, we've got realistic plans for 150K plus per month in high margin revenue in the near term. So where are we now? The base beNEXT platform's built and being used by real estate agents for legally binding contracts today. The REIV is ready to move off their legacy PDF-based solution and onboard their more than 4,000 agents onto our platform. So we're busy building out all the workflows and contracts they need to make that transition. We've pulled together the right building blocks to take advantage of a substantial opportunity here. Both my co-founder, Martin Halford, and I have more than 20 years experience in technology, innovation, and product development. Our career paths have been very different, but therefore very complementary. Martin, he's a technologist. He has hands-on experience building great teams and technical products. He is a recognized global leader in smart legal contract technology. My experience comes from a career in technology and business consulting at Accenture, where I was a partner in the digital business. We have a product in market now. Over the next 18 months, we'll execute on the REIV opportunity and open up other distribution channels. The REIV distribution channel gives us access to 3 to 4% of the market already. By the time we look at Series A funding, we estimate we can achieve 5% market share in the Australian property market. After that, we see continued growth in the Australian property market that puts our valuation in 2023 at a substantial multiple of where we are now. At that point, expansion and trade options open up. We're looking to raise between $500,000 and $1 million Australian dollars in this round. We have pre-money valuation in mind, but ultimately it will be determined by investor interest. We're going to use the funds to accelerate our product roadmap, build new partnerships, and drive customer take-up. We're on an exciting journey. It's an opportunity to fundamentally transform the way people connect and manage important agreements and interactions. If this piques your interest, please get in touch per the details here. We look forward to continuing the conversation. Thank you.
Presenting now is ICEE Holdings Limited, a Singapore-based edutech company that empowers the average man on the street to achieve the sustainable wealth as part of their mission to make investments smarter, faster and easier. Here to talk about this further is CEO Ken Chi.
Hello everyone, my name is Ken. I'm the co-founder and CEO of ICEE Holdings Limited. We are listed in the ASX. Our stock symbol is 8V. Now, very important disclaimer. In this presentation itself, it's not a recommendation to buy or sell our company share. However, if you decide to take action, please consult your professional advisor. 8V Holdings, in a nutshell, we are rooted in edutech, meaning to say we are fintech with education tech integrated in one, focusing on investment. So our vision since day one, where we started 12 years ago in 2008, is to empower growth and transforming life. And our mission every day when we wake up is to empowering everyone towards sustainable wealth long term. And the whole team is very passionate to help laymen on the street how to invest smarter, faster, and easier. Now, in the new generation, based on the research, we discover that retirement is definitely in the top of their mind. However, they are also unsure of different asset class that can help them achieve their retirement goal. They are also very comfortable in using digital platform to make in decision in their daily life. So how do we actually come and resolve the issue? But before that, let's examine what is the real challenge here. In the market, we have very fragmented solution to cater to this need. Broadly categorized into two main areas. One is the investment arena. The second one is the education arena. Well, none of this that we discover provide a very comprehensive or holistic solution. So this is how we come in. We have created a platform where we allow our community or our customer to analyze, learn, and most importantly, to connect over a lifetime period to continue to let their money work harder for them. In a nutshell, is to generate alpha, okay, throughout the whole life journey. So how do we do that? First, they go through what we call V-College, where they learn, because a lot of existing solution out there is to sell financial product. Now, we do know that financial product without adequate knowledge will not give emotion stability to any investor itself. Only with adequate knowledge, then the investor will be more confident in making their money invested in long-term basis and let it compound over a long-term period. We also provide, okay, a very powerful tool, what we call a V-App, to actually simplify all the complex data analytic, okay, so that we turn data into what we call investment intelligence for them to take opportunity, okay, and to minimize the risk. However, our user or our customer do not leave after they learn or after using the app. They continue to stay in the community, okay, where we coach and provide case study and materials every weekly basis, monthly basis, quarterly basis, and even on a yearly basis, so they can keep coming back to re-engage, okay, them with themselves and with us. This also provides very powerful data analytic for us to track and actually gain a better understanding of how the user, okay, evolve over time. That allow us to come up with consistent, innovative solution or services to cater to your needs. So now, the company, one of subsidiary 8-Bit Global, late last year have actually been awarded by the highest financial authority in Singapore, a FA license. Therefore, our platform is able to issue, okay, analysis report and recommendation. This is truly unique because we are the only one in Singapore and a rare few in Asia that are able to do so, okay, via digitally with a license. That our business makes unique economic sense? You bet. Because just with our lowest offering have already able to cover back our customer acquisition costs. So all the back-end programs and services that we have and recurring product we have just add on to the margin. So who are we addressing to? Two main market. We call it Do It With Me. Basically, they are tertiary education graduates. They know they need to invest and they're willing to actually pay ongoing support with case study and support with coaches and actually using the tool to help them make investment decisions smarter, faster, easier. Currently, we're operating in Singapore, Malaysia, and Taiwan, where really targeted easily there's 5 million users that fit our profile. The next phase, we are going into Indonesia, Vietnam, and China, where we identified there are 35 million. So total, there are 40 million, contributing close to about $36 billion US market size. However, we see a big actually market potential in Do It For Me group, where they come in, they learn, but they still want us to actually help them to invest. This market size will contribute about 12 trillion, okay, size itself, which will eventually evolve into. Let's take a quick look at our latest third quarter result. Okay, our cash receipts from customer alone have grown over the last 8 quarters by 4-fold, which personally show a very healthy sign, especially during the COVID period. Now, our revenue unaudited on the last 9-month basis, based on corresponding period, have went up by 153%. As compared to the whole last year alone, okay, we already surpassed what we did for the last financial year. And I'm very sure the last quarter will double what we did last year. Cash balance over time at the latest reported is 16.4 million. We have no debt and very little borrowing, in fact. Now, how does our digital platform actually transform and actually reach out to more customers? As you can see, okay, a year before the COVID happened, we only managed to reach out to about close to 5,000 users or customers. But during COVID period, our digital platform now can leverage, even wider, and reach more people. We increased by nearly fourfold. And we are very excited as we roll out more initiatives and roll out to more market. So now our focus will still be focusing on recurring model with technology, acquisition, retention, and technology development at the core, and also to cement our leading position in the core market while exploring new market, especially China, Vietnam, and Indonesia. Our experienced management team collectively has more than 80 years experience in the area of investing, technology, and training and asset management. Our advisor come from actually Fortune 500 companies, where also have top consulting firm like McKinsey. Let's take a look at a comparison of ourselves versus all the fintech company in the ASX itself. In the gross margin area, with a top, net profit margin with a top, ROE we top, and the EBIT margin, we are once again we top, and free cash flow margin is amazing at 60%. But yet our valuation, we see a difference between 2 to 12 times different with our peers in the ASX market itself. Therefore, I think for any investor, or partners who are looking at fast grower FinEdTech space, and yet with not a very high valuation, can consider this thesis. Now, if you want to find out more information, can go to 8vholdings.com, for our corporate information. If you are more interested in our product and service information, can go to v.app. Thank you so much, and I look forward to share more with you in the future.
Hi, my name's Steve Torsa. I'm the founder and managing director of Wholesale Investor in Crisp, and you may have seen my introduction earlier. I hope you're enjoying Emergence 2021 so far. This little short sort of session is, I suppose, a little bit of a break in between different companies presenting. I just want to give you a little bit of a high level of something that we've been working on over the last 12 months called WI Capital. We've been working hard now in this space for the last 12 years, basically bringing together high net worth investors and emerging growth companies from mostly Australasia and then now also Europe. And then obviously Emergence has become a global platform. And the way we think about things is that we're always looking to create more opportunities, both for the investor ecosystem and then also for the founder ecosystem as well. So that's really led to the way we're thinking about WI Capital, because for us, we've obviously got a 12-year track record of working with companies, said initially with magazine, then sort of online to offline model via our live events that we're hosting, and then obviously now an all-out virtual model. And in that time, we've obviously worked with 5 companies that have gone on to become unicorns. We've worked with over 50 plus companies that have gone on to exits, whether it be via IPO, merger or acquisition. And just to give you some context, we've seen over 10 of those in the last 12 months alone. And we've seen dozens of 5x and 10x returns. So what we've managed to build is a unique 3-sided marketplace that engages with each other. And part of our thinking is how do we align more with the investor ecosystem, one part, and then the second part is how do we create more opportunities for high net worths looking to confidently invest into early stage companies. So effectively what we're looking to provide, investee companies of sort of lead investors is really obviously investor access, which you guys will be well aware of, being capital raising intelligence software that you would have seen via Crisp, investor management, access to industry participants, proven processes for how we actually drive and how we work with companies in their capital raising, and then just education around the fringes of what it takes to actually build a successful business. And then the final aspect is a secondary sales platform. So for us, really the way we're thinking about it is we want to create as much opportunity, as much as a platform as possible for companies to successfully build their business via our ecosystem and education, and then for investors to maximize the opportunity of their investee companies via our ecosystem as well. And so the way we've broken this down is that here's the 5 steps that we'll be building over the next sort of 12 to 24 months. And I provide this high level view because we do want to obviously have discussions with lead investors. We want to have discussions with international partners. We're very open to looking for other ways in which we can take this model into other regions. And also we obviously want to create more opportunities for some of the founders, which may be relevant, whether it be via secondary sales, etc. So here's some of the things that we've been working on. So obviously secondary sales platform, which I've could do another presentation on shortly as far as what we've been working on that. Recently, you'll see at the Emergence conference, we're announcing that we're working with Hatcher Plus to build a joint venture fund in Australia where we get access to the Hatcher Plus model, which is a very clever and very creative way in which they invest into early stage, sort of curated accelerators and incubators. Investor-led syndicates, where we're effectively allowing you as lead investors to bring us your opportunities, and then we'll work with you to actually engage our ecosystem of investors to participate in those opportunities. Advisor licensing, so for those advisors that are looking to go out on their own or looking to work with emerging growth companies from an advisory capacity, in the last 12 months, we acquired an Australian financial service license, so we'll be able to provide licensing for companies to do that. And with that model, effectively what we want to provide is not only licensing, but also we can provide obviously distribution, and also we can provide the software as well, which is quite a unique combination for anyone looking to be really active and really engaged in this space. And then the last one is a co-investment club. So the opportunity for basically investors to bring forward opportunities and allow our ecosystem of investors to participate. So as you can see, everything that we've been building behind the scenes over the last 12 months is really designed to create the next layer of platform above, sort of WI and also CRISP for additional engagement from the ecosystem. So I hope you found that useful. Now, if you would like to find out more information, obviously you can add me on LinkedIn and request some more information. The most simplest way is to actually just go visit our WI Capital booth inside Brella. Inside Brella, you'll be able to basically reach out, set up a meeting, and then sort of have discussions. I said, ideally, we want to chat with lead investors at this stage, and then also potential international partners as well. So obviously we've got relationships now in Australia, Singapore, Canada, and the UK, and we'd love to really open up more doors in each of those regions. And of course, we'd love to have discussions with any groups sort of active in the US as well. So hope you enjoyed that presentation on what's to come for us with WI Capital, and I'll let you continue enjoying Emergence. Our next panel session is a favorite of investors, where we tap into the minds of the fund managers and deal makers that really have an impact in the small cap listed space. Now, topics for this session include exploring emerging mega trends, discussing how inflation is impacting companies, and where to place your capital in this climate. Now, our panelists for this session include Ken Chi, who's the Chief Executive Officer at ICEE Holdings Limited, which is an ASX listed company. Monique Kotecha, which is a Chief Investment Officer at INSIC Fund Management. Junbei Liu, who's the Lead Portfolio Manager for the Tribeca Alpha Plus Fund. And also Niv Dagan, who's the Founder and Executive Director at Peak Asset Management. Our session is going to be moderated by Nadine Blaney, who's the Head of Content at Ausbiz TV.
Well, welcome to Emergence 2021. This is the Fund Managers and Deal Makers panel. Really glad you can be with us. I'm Nadine. I'm from Ausbiz. You can find us at ausbiz.com.au. I am here with an illustrious panel, let's call it that, of fund managers and deal makers. We have Junbei Liu from Tribeca. We've got Ken Chi from 8v1 Holdings. We have Niv Dagan from Peak Asset Management and Monique Kotecha from InSync Funds Management. Junbei, I might start with you. If you could just give our audience just a bit of an introduction to who you are and what you do.
Of course. So thank you, Nadine. And it's such a pleasure to be part of this panel. I'm a fund manager for Tribeca Investment Partners. I manage a Australian-focused share fund with the fund just over $880 million. The fund has been around for over 13 years, and then my fund is extremely active, so it offers a long-short offering and the like. So yeah, that's me.
Okay, Ken, maybe we'll go to you next. 8VI Holdings. Who are you? What are you guys interested in?
Hi, everyone. My name is Ken. I'm based in Singapore. I'm an entrepreneur. Our group itself is a FinEdutech company. We focus on educating the public on investing, especially in listed companies. We also have a financial technology division that help our user to invest smarter, faster, and easier. Now, all the cash flow we generated plow into our quant fund, where we select those companies that we find that can grow and compound on a long-term basis. So in a nutshell, we are a long-focused internal fund. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Monique, welcome. Good to see you there. Just tell us a bit about InSync and where your interest really lies.
Yeah, hi, Nadine. Yeah. So name is Monique Techer. I'm the Chief Investment Officer at InSync Funds Management. We're based in Sydney. We're a specialist global equity manager, very much focused around global megatrends. So what we're seeking to do is invest in around 30 highly profitable companies that are benefiting across 16 to 17 global megatrends. So you get a good level of diversity across there. So very much a future-focused fund. As I said, focused on really strong, fast-growing, but highly profitable businesses that are really benefiting from the trends, the big trends that are coming forward.
Okay, well, can't wait to talk about megatrends. Niv, last but not least, we can call it lucky last. Tell us a bit about you and Peak.
Yeah, hi everyone. Niv Dagan from Peak Asset Management. We're a boutique investment management corporate advisory business based in Melbourne. Our whole philosophy is all about co-investment, which means we only put opportunities in front of investors, and they may be your Trebecas of the world all the way to your retail high net worth that we co-invest alongside them. We're sector agnostic, so we look at anything from artificial intelligence, machine learning to technology, mining, infrastructure. Very diligent the way we do things, and great to be here. Thanks very much.
Great. Let's just start the conversation where I think we have to right now at this time, and that is with the question of inflation. Now, inflation and expectations are being brought about right now by the prospect of a recovering economy. I mean, this is front of mind as we head more into 2021. Junbei, I'll start with you. I mean, there's a lot of negativity that's being talked about in terms of rising inflation, rising bond yields. But at the very base of it, considering we're at the end of a pandemic, I mean, what we want to see as investors is economic growth, right?
Oh, absolutely. I think you're touching on the very core of it. Yes, inflation is a bad word, or it always sounds like a bad word. But however, just like you said, we're only just recovering from, the sharp GDP decline or economic recession really in the last 12 months. So we want to see some level of inflation, but honestly, it hasn't come through yet. It's what we're talking about is essentially the expectations of the inflation somewhere in the future. So for that kind of environment, it's actually really good for the underlying activity, economic activity, because, when people are expecting, there's a bit more activity further down the track, they will invest and then expecting high return, a high return in the future. So it is at this point, it's actually really good for economic activity and really good for the equity market as well. So, we're not talking about rampant inflation. This is way off at some point.
Monique, do you agree that at this stage of the cycle, inflation expectations are indicative of growth to come in the economy? Does that type of growth, though, change how you view some of the long-term investments that you're interested in terms of themes?
Absolutely. Look, it's a great starting point because it's obviously the whole range, and there's been a shift in the landscape in terms of investors moving towards businesses that are more likely to benefit from much higher economic growth rates and inflation. So I think certainly from our perspective, you're going to see an increase in inflation when you're coming out of a recession, right? So this was obviously a government-induced recession, but that's a natural phenomenon. The key question is inflation going to be any different from what we've experienced over the last 10 to 12 years since the GFC? And really, inflation has been at around 2% for most of that period. So some level of inflation is healthy. It's only when inflation gets out of control that interest rates need to go up very significantly, and that becomes very bad for valuations and for markets in general. The two big issues we see confronting significantly high inflation is what we call the output gap. So there's a lot more capacity out there than there is demand for it. So there's, we're seeing that both in the productive capacity, we're seeing that in the labour market as well. And that's why wages really haven't gone up for a very long period of time, even before COVID. And if you think about COVID, that actually increased the level of unemployment globally. And the other feature is that despite the fact that there's been a lot of money printing and concern that that's going to lead to rising inflation, the velocity of money, which is how quickly the money is moving through the economy, has been declining. And so really the big issue there is that the banks haven't been lending, people have been borrowing aggressively. And unless they borrow, you're not going to get more economy flowing into the economy. So our core view is that, yes, there will be some pickup in inflation because obviously it got to very low levels during COVID. But we think there's some major headwinds for it to rise significantly above where it has been over the last 10 to 12 years.
Ken, are you concerned when you speak with investors about inflation at this stage of the game? Has that colored your view, changed your view as to where you would look to invest?
Of course, I'm not an economist, so what I share is from an entrepreneur point of view and our interaction in the market with the retail investor and a certain high net worth individual. Now, our company focus on a lot of tech company that are growing very well, especially during the COVID. And companies that actually manage to transform themselves from a traditional business to actually a more technology-driven company right now. The way I actually observe is a company that use technology and growing very well. In fact, they produce deflationary effect rather than inflationary effect. Why? Because they're able to do much more with much less resources. They're able to charge, what typically about, let's say, 10 times lower of what their competitors are charging, but yet able to generate more GP, more net profit itself. So technology is changing, the new decade or the new era, how the economy is actually growing. So that to me, I don't think is actually a major concern because I feel that a lot of people actually have not spent enough time to understand the impact of this technology evolution, in the new decade itself. Yeah, that's my take.
Niv, we just need to finish off the inflation conversation with the obvious question, which is, does it really significantly change your view on what companies are worth investing in terms of technology and growth?
Yeah, so inflation, as Manik said, could actually be a positive. There's two types of inflation, obviously demand and push or cost inflation. We actually spoke to a fund manager today. They think that inflation is a positive because there's obviously a pickup in asset prices. So it really comes down to interest rates and whether interest rates will actually rise anytime shortly. So, look, we believe that interest rates will remain low for an extended period. We believe that bond purchases will still be in play. We believe that the US dollar is going to continue to fall and hence commodities will rise. And I think the biggest issue facing companies right now is essentially whether they can get supply. We spoke to a company today. They manufacture biodegradable bags and nappies and using cornstarch. And essentially the biggest issue right now is actually getting access to the raw materials. So, look, I think there's a lot of issues overall facing companies in 2021. And obviously inflation's one angle, but it comes down to how inflation impacts the companies and whether it's a positive or a negative.
Okay, so go ahead, June.
Actually, I was just thinking that's a really good point here, because we just had the earnings season here in Australia and over in the US and globally. Now, quite a lot of corporates actually, especially over in the US, has talked to that increased cost pressure because, difficult access to, tight supply chain and difficult access to raw material and things, and, commodity prices where it is, energy prices. We're actually seeing a broad-based increase in the expectations for some of those issues that we touched on from corporates itself. So no wonder we have this rise in expectations of inflation. It is something to be watched, because while as company have that power, pricing power, given consumer wants those things, and there's all these stimulus checks to come through, at which point does that break the demand? So I think so far so good, but inflation is something to be watched for sure.
Monica, I'm curious from your point of view at InSync Funds Management. So you're curious about these mega trends, these future-focused companies, where we're having so much conversation about investing in cyclicals. So investing in companies that are leveraged to the economic recovery, whether that be in the commodity space, mining, infrastructure. How does that translate into the thematics that interest you there at InSync?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think that the beauty about investing in mega trends is that, from looking at it today and looking at 5 or 10 years, they're very significant in terms of the market size they're going to grow into over time. So large addressable markets that's going to keep on growing at very high rates. They don't tend to be influenced by the economy, so they're relatively insensitive to economic cycles and to pandemics. So of the 16 megatrends we had in place, 16 or 17, we only had to sort of reduce or eliminate 1 or 2 of them, because the COVID did dislocate the trend path of those 2 specific megatrends. But the other 14 megatrends were still largely in place because there was no impact. And in fact, in some instances, COVID actually accelerated some of the trends that were already in place. So we don't sit here worrying about the next year or 2, what interest rates are going to do, what the cycle's going to do, because that's not our focus. Our focus is really about buying into durable trends and really finding businesses that will keep on growing regardless of what the economy is going to be doing, because they're not going to get impacted by it.
Actually, I'm curious. Quick question: what were the 2? I'm just out of curiosity. What were the 2 trends that that the COVID dislocated? I'm curious.
So I want to ask the question too.
Sorry, go on. Yeah, the first one won't probably surprise you, and that's travel. And obviously post COVID, we're moving into a different travel environment. Our experiences, when you break down GDP. Pre-COVID, at the broadest level, there was significantly more money spent by consumers on experiences than there were on durable goods. So when you looked at GDP growth, spending on experiences was growing ahead of GDP in things like travel, for example, and then investments in durable goods like fridges and cars was actually growing at below GDP. So travel was a massive mega trend for us, and we found some great companies, but clearly COVID dislocated that. We're still very positive on it because I have this sort of feeling in the back of my mind there's got to be massive pent-up demand in travel when it starts again, and people keep talking about, maybe it'd be like the 20s when we came out of the Spanish flu. That travel, people will start spending like there's no tomorrow again, because there's so much pent up demand just going out there and saying, well, oh my God, what have we experienced? We just need to enjoy life, basically. So anyway, travel was one, and the other one was the gig economy. There's been massive growth in the gig economy, freelancers, Uber drivers, et cetera, and we owned a company called Intuit, which is it's like Xero, but it's significantly larger. It's in the US. And as the gig economy was growing, they needed their accounts to be prepared a certain way. They needed a bit of tax to be prepared in a certain way. And Intuit was a big beneficiary of that. So with one of the biggest one of the biggest negative aspects of COVID has just been the damage to small businesses that occurred. The larger businesses have actually come through really well, but the small businesses have been severely impacted in a very negative way. And Intuit was a major beneficiary of the growth in the small business and the freelancing and the gig economy. So we reduced our exposure to that particular mega trend as well.
Ken?
Thank you. Yeah.
Did you have a question, Ken?
No, I don't. I do echo his sentiment. I think it's a very interesting way of actually looking at investment thesis itself. Yeah.
So where then do you see the big growth opportunities, the big sectors that will outperform, Ken? I know that you're long-term investors, so I'll say in the long term.
Well, I have about 120 team members in my organization. I'm one of the oldest. I'm currently about 40 years old. So, and on average age, my team members is about 25 to 28 years old. So when I go out and interact with them, I discover a lot of them actually game. So they have a lot of mobile games, constantly at home doing gaming. So gaming to me and streaming platform in terms of actually ByteDance and Huya, okay, or Scale in US, or at least in US itself, whether China-based or US-based, I think it's going to be the next era of very fast grower industry itself. And we are just seeing the tip of the iceberg, because in terms of actually the monthly active user, how fast they grow. And when you talk to the young people, it's just amazing how much time they're spending there, not only gaming, but watching other people how to game. That is the very interesting behavior, for me, right? So I can't understand why, but now I know why. So gaming for me definitely is one of the industry we're looking at, and I think it's poised to actually grow at a very high teens multiple, at least for the next 5 years. Yeah.
Well, Niv, this is the thing. You don't have to necessarily understand or do it yourself when it comes to some of these themes that you think are investable ideas. So, Niv, when we've talked about these mega trends, talk about growth coming through in the future, where are you looking as we continue to see these economies around the world really recover from the pandemic?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, as Ken said, gaming's interesting. I mean, we actually backed a company called iCandy Interactive. They're a mobile game publisher. They've got 5 mobile games. They've actually just done a joint venture with ByteDance and Alibaba's a shareholder, but they've also got an esports division. It's quite incredible seeing the sub 20-year-olds watching other people's, packing stadiums in 40, 50,000 people watching others play. Games. It's quite mind-blowing, but it's a sport, right? There's a lot of money coming into gaming. The other sector, obviously, and I do agree with Manik, is travel. There is a lot of pepped up demand. Domestic travel, obviously, is booming. Airbnb and Uber and a lot of travel, but it's overseas. The really question becomes, what happens overseas when the markets do open and travel does become the norm, and then you've got experiences, travel, camper vans. So I think travel's interesting. I think gaming's interesting. The other sector that we're looking at is what's happening in electrical vehicles. So, there's companies out there that are building gigawatts, multi-billion-dollar investment in OPEX and CAPEX in terms of to support the iron batteries and obviously the lithium batteries in electrical vehicles. And we've seen the growth in Tesla. And the new theme or the new buzzword is hydrogen. And it's all about green hydrogen, which is essentially not using coal and not using, obviously fossil fuels and going to zero emissions. And that whole theme is just getting huge traction. Now, there's a lot of, how do I say it, I'm not saying fake companies, but those companies will just never make it. And I think with the issue with hydrogen and some of these themes is that you need to look at the OPEX and CAPEX of some of these companies and see, do they have the balance sheet to actually build a $500 million gigawatt factory? Do they have a partner such as Woodside or Fortescue or BHP alongside with them that can actually help open doors and help transport the pipe and gas, et cetera? So I think investors really need to be careful in some of these themes, and it's all about, once again, backing the right horse, but it's also all about backing the right management and having the right partner.
Well, just sticking with that, Niv, then, isn't that where the corporate advisory side of things come in, and where private capital, private investment opportunities come in as well? There's still a lot of cash that is sitting on the sidelines looking for these opportunities?
Huge amount of cash. We actually caught up, just before Christmas with a client of ours. He's very high up in the National Australia Bank, and he said there's over $370 billion in cash in people's bank accounts, earning pretty much 0% interest. So, if you're looking at asset classes, obviously, you look at that high growth, which is domestic or overseas equities or ETFs or IPOs or venture debt. There's a lot of opportunities, but investors do need to be cautious, and you do need to obviously do your due diligence and back the right team with ownership and due diligence, absolutely. And those people, I'm not saying like us, but those that are on the panel that really have a skill set to execute and put skin in the game, I think that's important.
Junbei, Niv mentioned IPOs there. It's been rich out there for IPOs. What are you feeling as we head further into 2021? Do you think that there are some companies that are coming to market that maybe are picking this opportune time? How should investors separate the wheat from the chaff?
Look, absolutely. I think IPO has been, reasonably successful over the last little while, as with many equity raisings. Now, of course, I think we still have a good pipeline that's coming through. Generally, they start at about March because reporting seasons now. Once reporting season's over, we start hearing from companies and they start doing roadshows. So my view is that there's a couple on the go in the next few months, and we'll see more of it as it builds. Now, market conditions really good for IPO because the market just going from strength to strength. So far, this calendar year, we're already up 4% here in Australia. So it's a very strong market condition. Now, what stock is going to do better and what sectors those IPOs should be in, it really depends on the flavor. Now, this year, as we talked on before, the big theme is, back to work, which include all those travel businesses, property, offices and shopping centers, some of those names. These companies will do well as their earning return to normal. And, perhaps sectors such as reflation, which we talked to, the inflationary companies that benefit from high inflation. So, IPOs or capital raising in the mining and resources space should do reasonably well. So I think there's a good pipeline coming through, and certainly there's a lot of demand for it. Now, I think Niv touched on before about, investor demand. There's a lot of cash sitting on the sideline. Absolutely. And just a piece of news I saw last week is very interesting. Chinese government's now looking at allowing Chinese investors to be able to invest offshore, in offshore shares, which is going to be incredible. I'm sure everyone knows that China share market is I think it's more than 90% dominated by retail investors, and the retail flow just being enormous. So, once that happens, all your high growth and sexy stocks will start going higher. We just saw all these retail investors pushing up, or some of those highly shorted names a few weeks ago. Imagine all the Chinese investor coming in, imagine where their share price might go. So, certainly there's a lot of cash and demand for deals, for IPOs, but quality companies clearly, and need to be in the right sector. I must say, with the current high inflation expectations and things, there is a little bit of profit taking, say in some of those growth names. But for long-term investors, this does provide pretty good buying opportunity for some of those growth leaders. But just in the short term, we should. I expect us not to see too many line up in that whole tech growthy space at this point.
Yeah, Ken, are you looking for opportunities in that? When you see companies being sold down in this environment?
Of course, but before I actually share that, I actually have a question for the panel here, because I think in 2020 in US there's a increased interest or SPAC, because since we are on IPO, right? So a lot of tech company right now going through special purpose acquisition vehicles for coming to the market. So what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, look, it's interesting. Look, I don't know. I'm actually on a group, on a WhatsApp group. There's about 250 corporate advisors and boutique fund managers on it. And some of them are US guys, right? And it's really interesting. I mean, SPACs, it's not necessarily new, but we're seeing so much growth in in SPACs relative to IPOs, and whether that's the ease or the lower cost or just the type of companies. I mean, my preference is still the IPOs and the traditionally, but it seems like the New York bankers do like the SPACs, whether it's easier to get a deal done or whether they get higher fees. I'm not too sure. But, for those that are listening at home, a SPAC is essentially a vehicle like a reverse takeover to list on the exchange, right? And it might be a quicker process than at a traditional IPO on the NASDAQ. So interesting theme, but yeah, not sure, Manik and Junbei, what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I think you make a good point. Absolutely, it is easier and faster and the like. It also offers the retail investors an access to some of those early stage businesses. So it does serve a purpose, and that's why it's been incredibly popular. But now the prices and all of that, it's going to be volatile. That's basic because it depends on the investment cycle, depends on who's doing it. Because quite frankly, quite a lot of those, it's really just you don't even know what's in there. You're just backing who's doing it, right? So ultimately, it is the team that does it. So just have to be very careful with who you're following, and I think some of those transparency is going to be quite important to to ensure the long-term success of that vehicle.
Manik, would you be tempted by a SPAC?
No, look, I mean, our focus is, I think, as Niv mentioned, there's a lot of cash sitting not only here but overseas. I mean, it's just incredible the amount of cash sitting in bank accounts earning zero. So there's a desperate search for returns. And traditional defensive assets are now providing a very low return. So everyone's being forced to go up the risk curve. So everyone's now chasing everything out there, be it an IPO or a SPAC, and these are now showing signs of exuberance in bubble-type behaviour in certain parts of the market. And I would say the IPO and SPAC market will be symptomatic of that today. So one has to be careful. There will be some jewels sitting within that, but I think you have to be very discerning. From our perspective, I think because there is so much cash out there, a lot of businesses are now able to raise capital much more easily than they have in the past. So if you invest in an early stage industry, for example, that is still developing, there's no obvious winners. No one's really making any profits. Sure, they're growing their revenues. Because of the easy access to capital, it's bringing in a lot more competition. So whilst the good times are here and everyone's throwing money and everything seems to be going up and the party's on, everything seems very, very easy. But as time goes on, you'll find that a lot of these companies will actually end up falling over and failing. And over time, you'll end up with one or two or three industry winners. And it's at that point that we like to get involved, because really for us, mega trends are very long term. And so we don't want to be there very early on, because it's really difficult to work out how exactly the mega trend is going to form and who the winners are going to be. But the one thing we know about mega trends is they're very enduring. So even if you take something like the cashless society, it seems like a boring stock today, but even something like Visa and now PayPal, they seem very boring compared to the upstarts today. But, if you invested in PayPal, when it was spun out of eBay, you would have still made pretty close to 5 times your money, because the penetration of e-commerce is still very, very low. So there's a massive runway of growth, but PayPal is an incredibly profitable company. So we like to get involved when there's still an enduring trend, when the trends are accelerating, and we can identify clear winners. And so we think that's a better part of the market to participate in.
Actually, just to echo your point, I think you're right. There's a lot of demand for asset price for any assets, and the cash clearly will come into the market. But just in terms of the listed share market, there are so many opportunities at this point because of the economic backdrop. So last year, 6 months ago, it was all about tech. It was all about growth. We talked to all these exciting growth and things. So there was a lot of cash going after it. Now, then you have to take on more and more risk, because you're paying for more and more for those companies, because there's very limited number of them, especially here in Australia. But today, because of the economic recovery, you're seeing so many more opportunities equities in those old boring businesses that's been around for ages. And you're looking at double-digit return within a few weeks once you actually identify the right businesses. Just one example, Bank of Queensland. Who would have thought this is a company that can deliver 30% return just in the last few weeks? And even if you look at ANZ or some of the big banks, the return actually has been very, very meaningful for a short space of time, and for the level of risk you take for them. So if you annualize that kind of return, that's just been incredible. And you're not actually competing with many other people for some hot asset that you're paying, significant amount of value for. So I think the current market environment for the equity listed share market is that just as investors, if you're discerning and be very firm about what you're buying, and you can just find opportunities everywhere, whether it's growth company being sold off or whether it's a value company. So it's a great environment.
I can sense your enthusiasm for the environment right now, Junbei. Ken, where are you seeing opportunities? Now, I know you mentioned the thematic of esports and gaming you like, but are you seeing any opportunities throw themselves up because we're seeing some of this rotation out of those high growth names into more value, which is your business, value end of the market?
So our portfolio allocation is mainly on two main markets, China and US, for a very simple reason, because we feel that this is a two very dominant economy going forward, at least for the next 5 to 10 years, until they have to wrestle it out and actually decide who's the winner. Okay. However, in China company itself, we are looking for category leader. So not necessarily the tech, the panelists have said, we can look at very boring business. I give example. One company we actually have a very heavy weightage is actually Guizhou Maotai, which is it's a very well-known so-called baijiu. That means it's an alcohol product, but it's a national brand in China. Look at the GP, look at actually operating margin, look at the net profit margin, look at the free cash flow. These guys is just amazing. Over the last 10 to 11 years, they've increased their dividend from actually $1.70 all the way to $17, which is a 10 times increase in the dividend payout itself. So, and over the last, I think easily 10 years, we're looking at a return of about 2,200%. So we got in during the US-China trade war in end of 2018 when US Donald Trump, the former president, fired the first so-called silo in attacking the China in using the trade war. And a lot of fund was pulling out from China back to US, and the Guizhou Maotai share was back then grossly undervalued, So we went in the big way and anchored ourselves in a good stake because we have been watching this company for a good period of time, but it's always overvalued. But when opportunity and crisis hit like that, okay, we will actually take a lion buy. So in China, we're looking at actually category leader. So on a day-to-day basis, okay, not necessarily high-tech company. Why? Because China is moving from what we call very rapid urbanization, where we are going to see a huge, I believe will be about 600 to 800 middle-class family, right? Middle-class population, 600 to 800 million. That is more than Japan and US combined together. And in fact, maybe I add in Germany. So from that point of view, you can see the spending power of this economy. And when the population has more spending power, okay, they are willing to spend, okay, quality stuff, okay, and they're able to pay premium, prices for good stuff in China. So this is my take for China itself. For US, we also have a very meaningful stake in a company called ETSY. It's an e-commerce company cater to a woman. It's a niche. They are the third largest e-commerce visited website after Amazon and I believe it's eBay. Yeah. So why? Because first because they are very focused. It's in the niche market. Okay. And during COVID hit, okay, their business model panicked, and you can see in terms of their revenue, operation cash flow, and free cash flow, it's just amazing. One key thing is we look for operating leverage. We look for company that are able to demonstrate, okay, when they grow their revenue, their operating income before EBITDA itself increase much more, right? So that is a sign of a very strong business model and a sign of what we call efficient use of their capital itself. Yeah.
Yeah, so Niv, there's a lot in that, but I mean, sometimes is it best to not go for sexy? I mean, we talk balance sheets, we talk operating leverage, the metrics behind these investments. How important to you is that? Well, always, but also particularly at the point that we are in the cycle, to Monic's point, we are seeing some signs of exuberance.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think right now there's just so much interest in your high growth stocks, and if you're not sexy, it's not worth pursuing. And I'll give you an example. One of our portfolio companies is a company called Beam Communications, which is BCC. It's a sub 20 million market cap. It's doing about $20 million of cash receipts. So it's trading at one time its historical revenue. It's profitable, $3 million of EBITDA. It's in the telecommunications space. So essentially what they've got is a little device. So think about Ken or Monique, if you were hiking somewhere in Himalayas and you're stuck in a mountain, essentially got a little gadget called the Zoleo, which is half the size of your iPhone. And it's got two-way remote messaging, GPS tracking, weather, connected to a $5 billion network, a satellite network called Iridium. Now, great business, profitable, growing, strong management, big cash flows, great partnerships. But the market just, it's going up. It's up 20 or 30% since our placement. But if you compare it to, a little silver explorer or a hydrogen company that says that instead of drilling for oil and gas, they're drilling for hydrogen in Alaska, it's an interesting thematic right now. So there's so much money. There's a lot of retail money. I think the social networks in terms of the Twitters of the world and the Facebooks are really changing. And we saw that with Reddit and the Wall Street and GameStop and everyone at home watching. It's just an incredible saga of what's occurred. And there's no doubt it's going to be some sort of a Hollywood blockbuster in the next 12 to 18 months. But there's a lot of retail money on the sidelines, as I mentioned before. And those traditional, boring companies, whether it is the banks or the Visas or the Beam Communications, are great. The 20 or 30% annualized returns, that's incredible. But I think the market is looking for more. It's just there's a lot of greed. It's incredible what's happening now because 20, 30% returns, the market's looking for more. It's interesting.
Yeah, but I think the tough thing is that, yes, there's a lot of people searching for those growth. And I think it's actually so typical of Australia is that we have very limited opportunity set. So, companies listed or growth companies listed in Australia tend to trade at a premium compared to its US or global or Asia peers, actually, for far less growth compared to some of the Asian peers, all because we have so much retail money and institutional money chasing after very few names. But in the last few years, we have seen them, growing quite substantially and significantly. So it does mean that, it can become quite volatile. For something to double overnight or double over a period of time just means that it can halve very quickly if it's just full of hot money. So it's incredibly important for, for investors to really know the company, know what you're paying for. If you're happy to pay for however many times revenue, some of them are not profitable, some of them are. So it's actually incredible, intricate time that, do your due diligence, find the company you want and just wait for that price to get to you because it will.
Well, I wanted to add on to these 2 points. I think both of you make very valid points. So I want to highlight here this is my own experience because we are a listed company, we listed in Australia Stock Exchange. And we used to run a traditional education business. And when 4 years ago, we decided to do digitization. And we went through a very tough period of actually executing our strategy. But we managed to build our technology team. And in 2018, we launched our financial technology service for our user. So now what happened here is during COVID, the strategy paid off. So because everything is locked down, we can't interact with our customer. But because we have digital platform itself, our revenue it actually went up by 4-fold, right? Our operation cash flow went up by, in fact, close to 8-fold. So free cash flow, net profit, everything improved. So now, and we come from a very nano cap company, and then over a 1 year period, our market cap have grown by actually, I believe, is at least close to 1,000% return for our shareholder. So my point here is not to promote our company share in ASX. My point here is there is opportunity in even Australian stock market to look at small, medium company. They are actually going through transformation. There's no debt, okay? And they are able to scale this business because of COVID using technology. And that will give you a tremendous return on your portfolio. Even you put a very small amount in it, right? So as compared to everybody chasing after the brand name, and you have to pay a premium for it. So this is where I want to come from. Yeah.
All right, Ken. Now we could talk for much longer, but before we go, I'd just like to ask each of you a specific question. So I'll start with you, Monique. Talk to us about the mega trend that is front of mind for you right now as we move further into 2021, given all that we've just discussed?
Wow. Well, we're pretty excited across all our mega trends. I mean, we've got 16 mega trends and all of them are, give or take, pretty similar in size. So it's not like we're over enamored with one mega trend. What I would say is you don't have to be fixated with technology. I think in this period of exuberance, it's more about compound returns than looking for one-year returns, okay? So if you can find businesses that are highly profitable, we use return on invested capital. It's not net margin, it's the amount that's been invested in the business and the total return the company generates. So we look for the highest returning businesses, and we find many outside of technology. So we do like some of the technology space. Yes, we've got cloud computing, we got gaming. We are excited. It's actually, gaming is now larger than the movie and the music industry combined. Okay, so I'm talking about streaming. Cinemas are dead now for the time being, but they're coming back. So that's how big gaming is, and it keeps on growing. So we are excited, but we're excited about the beauty industry. I mean, that's a $500 billion industry that's growing, particularly at the prestige level, at 2 to 3 times GDP. And there's only 2 or 3 players, okay? And we own Estée Lauder, which is a very high returning businesses. It's most of its sales are now coming through e-commerce. China is 60% e-commerce penetrated. The rest of the world is moving in that direction. L'Oreal just came out and just said, we're seeing sales like it's the roaring 20s, okay? We're invested in the pet industry. We think pets are increasingly being treated like humans. That business is growing at high single digits. In fact, pet spend accelerated during COVID. And pets are now increasingly being treated like humans. Surveys have shown that 80% of people consider a pet to be part of their family. And again, you can find wonderful businesses. We own Zoetis, which is the leading provider of vaccinations and medications to the pet industry. It's a dominant player, high margins. But again, it's the compounding. We can see years and years and years of growth ahead because the Gen Z are the first younger cohort that are treating pets like humans. And all their surveys are saying that they're happy to spend more than any other generation. So if you look at the demographic shifts ahead, as they get older and they're already spending a lot on pets, that trend is going to continue. So I think it's all about finding high quality compound businesses that have these long-term mega trends, and you can diversify away from technology. There's lots of other areas to invest in.
Niv, we often complain here in Australia about our market being so leveraged to the miners and to the banks. Are you excited, though, by some of the emerging companies that you see here that are looking to list or are listed, but just, small?
Yeah, look, I mean, there's a lot of themes overall. I mean, banking, the whole neobank or the digital banks. I mean, essentially, it's interesting, utilising fintech, utilising AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning, detecting sort of your behaviours and your spending patterns and budgets. I mean, there's so many little sort of gadgets out there. I think traditional banks will still do well. I think bricks and mortar, probably not so, but if you are digital and we are seeing a big shift to online and e-commerce, I think that's a really, really big theme, and that theme will continue. I think mining, iron ore is here to stay. Sure, we've seen copper prices at nearly 5-year highs. The price of cobalt for electrical vehicles, for batteries. I think there's still a lot of money in mining, and especially if you believe that interest rates are going to remain low when the US dollar remained under pressure, and you've seen Bitcoin and cryptocurrency as a form of a hedge against inflation. And look, we think that commodities are here to stay. So commodities demand will still be strong. Banking and fintechs will still be strong. I think The other big focal point is food, plant-based food. And the millennials, if you speak to a millennial, as in those that are sub 25, they're a lot more conscious about the environment. It's not necessarily less eating meat or being vegetarian. It's really about that focal point about plant-based and things that are positive for the environment in terms of less emissions and essentially more biodegradable products. So I think that's really big themes. I think we can go on about the mega trends, whether it is hydrogen, whether it is digital, whether it is fintechs, whether it is e-commerce. You just have to back the right team and the right management. That's the key.
Ken, how much is management a focus for you when you're looking to invest in companies for the long term? A lot, especially in terms of the experience of the management and their core team. How they're able to execute those plans is very important for us to actually as the evaluation criteria itself. Yeah, a lot, because it will make or break the company in the short term or mid term itself. Yeah, having the wrong CEO can destroy the company. Okay, this comes from a very painful learning experience that we have. So I say a lot. Yeah. Coming from an entrepreneur's experience, of course. Yes. Jinbei, when we talk about the opportunities still to come in 2021, but beyond, to everybody's point, we're not thinking about what's going to be, trade in the next weeks, couple months, year. I mean, where are you really seeing the opportunity? Your excitement is palpable. Do you need to be agnostic across more traditional versus more, innovative names?
Look, my view has always been, if there's money to be made, you go for it. Don't, wrap yourself in whether growth or value or any of that. If there's money to be made, we're there. So I think in this sort of environment, I am absolutely, looking for opportunity in the growth leaders. We like the buy now, pay later space, but they have done very, very well. And if there's any pullback, we may go back in. So there's a lot of those growth leaders may well experience a bit of pullback, and that's when you do step in and buy more of them. But across some of those cyclical and cheaper value names, if they can make 20-30% in a few months, I may well take it, and then make sure you're practical about how you be tactical about your short-term return, offset that by some strategic positioning, because you never know when the next catalyst will be, and you never know what tomorrow might look like. So all you can do is find the best quality company, best management, incredibly important, because it's the people that make it happen, people that build the culture, and people make the dream come true. So, good management, good business model, a real reason for they to exist, something that's difficult for competitor to replicate, find those businesses. And when the share price does come back, just step in and buy them. Don't worry about when will be the date that other people may start paying more for it, because it will come. For those businesses, there will always be buyers stepping in.
Well, listen, I was going to ask about risks on the horizon, but I think it's better to end on that positive note where investors can be inspired and go out and look for these opportunities and thematics that really look to pay off in the long term. A huge thanks to our panel, Jinbei Liu from Tribeca Investments, Ken Chi from ICEE Holdings. We've also had Monique Katecha, Chief Investment Officer at InSync Funds Management, and Niv Dagan from Peak Asset Management. Thank you for participating in Emergence 2021. And we hope to speak soon.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys.
Bye.
Bye.